Alright, so we are here, we are live. So yeah, what is up, ScarKnight, bringing you a brand new Pokemon Xenoverse day, which is day 36, where it's titled Getting Heated. I only put that just simply because of the Flareon, so if anybody's watching this thinking, oh my gosh, he's getting upset by this. Sure, but I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of just more so bummed out about the whole thing. Anyway, when I did the whole thing yesterday, or not yesterday, but last day on a Friday, when I was streaming all this, I forgot to put 1,000 on the last one. So I'll be sure to put that here, so that, you know, that's the bad news of it, is that I forgot that, and plus that I miscounted a lot more than that. But the good news is, just like the last time I did 100 or 1,000, I should say, we hit 1,000 again. So yeah, that's another 1,000 right there. So the box probably adjusted, and like the outside green is kind of more obscure and all that stuff. But yeah, we did also miscount what seems to be 5 other times. Well, actually no, I did do another miscount there, so I guess it's technically 4 other times. Hold on, so let me see the number, because I don't recall what number I started at. But let's see, I believe we started at 772 to 773 is a mistake, 870 to 871, 827 to 828, 885 to 886, 910 to 911, 981 to 982, and then that's it. So however many those are. I feel like I started like a little bit past 711, or am I imagining things? Sometimes it's kind of hard to tell where I actually started from, because I kind of go by the squiggly line. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 999, so that's 7. Yeah, so I guess I was gonna say it's just 5 extra, but I guess it's technically 4, because that's like, one of them's a double count, the rest are just miscounts that I just didn't count at all on the thing. So yeah, I guess we're putting it to 1,004. Like, you guys could check back on my work if you guys want, but I was just doing it based on that. So yeah, that's 4 more, so that's 1,004. And we're gonna go, I haven't really decided on the time and everything. I even made the thumbnail super last second, like minutes before 12 o'clock. So that's how behind I am. I had a very annoying weekend, but busy nonetheless, I would say, in my opinion. But yeah, without further ado, let's get started. I mean, this is what we're dealing with right now. We're still slowly and utterly going to increase our levels to level 52, which will take some time. And of course, along with Jigglypuff over here, who levels up a little bit more, because I think it's because they all kind of traded. Well, then Lancelot also does, but maybe he's in the slow experience group. I'm not really sure, because Jigglypuff seems to level up a lot faster. And I don't know if it's just because the experience share gives it the bigger share of it or something, but that's my guess. It's like out of the low experience part or not. But yeah, and it was very annoying on Friday as well that like I just didn't like, I had my shit muted for like 30 minutes straight, and I don't know, at least for the most part with everything, I realized that, let's go to 2005, at least for the most part, like, I don't know, I was under the impression for a long time that the YouTube editor, like, you weren't able to cut in between stuff, and it's only like the beginning or the other half of it, because I tried to experiment with it a little bit more, and you can make a new cut like within the video in the middle parts, and that's the first time I'd done it. And, you know, in case you guys are like, oh, I've been binge watching it, I'm watching it in 20 the year 2030 or whatever, and like it seemed like that you cut like throughout the video and stuff, because I noticed them or something, ScarKnight. Because I'm just letting you know right now, because you probably heard me say it within the space of these days that I mentioned. That's the 6, by the way. You probably heard me mention already that, like, yeah, I thought that it was just the beginning and end. Like, and I did think to myself, why didn't the editor have, isn't able to cut within the video? I didn't say that part, but I know that I said the beginning and the end part of it. If you guys don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, it's just like I know that you could trim the video down. I don't know. I'm just not sure if it was there the whole time or if it's just like a new thing, because they always update the YouTube Creator Studios thing, so there's like a little bit of editor stuff that you can do. But it helps. I think that eventually, like, I'm not gonna do it anytime soon until I get like a little bit more free time, but eventually I am gonna go back and cut down some stuff here and there. It's just, I don't know, I felt like a dumbass like on Friday, especially like I'm muted there the whole time and I'm like typing the story of what I'm gonna put about like little Ricky the ace trainer, younger brother and the older brother trying to, like, I mentioned about that story and all that, and like for like a good 10 minutes I'm just standing there and I could imagine a person going like, why aren't you moving? What the hell? And you could probably tell I was talking, but since I'm muted and everything, it just kind of comes off as weird and everything. But yeah, like I said, I'll go back eventually. Like, I have to review these videos anyway, just so I could, think of making the best ScarKnight top moments and stuff like that. So like that's looking at all the footage within the year of 2025 and like trying to find that. And it always feels weird whenever I do record stuff and it's like the year before, but I couldn't upload it till the year after, because that sometimes happens. There's a few of those videos, like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon's one example of that. 1010. But yeah, we could have got it a lot farther on Friday, believe it or not, if it wasn't for like the beginning trade stuff, and then and then also some of the we decided to hop over to TCG Pocket because I had like the little secret mission thing that I wanted to show off, which like did play and everything, but just the little fact that you couldn't really see the sparkles at the beginning. In my mind, I'm like, shit, like, I wish that didn't happen. Like, if the fucking emulator didn't close, I would have liked it already. But yeah, we just got a subscriber notification. Thank you to Jamie Redder that subscribes to the channel. You are temporarily the 800 subscriber. That is if you stay, pretty much. I don't know if... let's see here. Hopefully you consider staying and not just watching 1 minute or whatever, because I did put in the Reddit on like video promotion and subscriber, subscribe Reddit page. I forgot what it's called. I don't know why I did, but hopefully you think about considering staying and all that stuff, and not just for like a sub to sub or anything like that, because I don't really do that. So if it's only that you're looking for, I do apologize. That's not my cup of tea, unfortunately. But I do appreciate you joining. Let's see here. My horn. Okay. But we're gonna try our best to do that nonetheless. 10-11. I almost said 11-11. Everything is so delayed right now. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. But yeah, the goal for, well, I don't know about today, but soon I'm gonna hit 1,500 oddish kills, and from there I'll just feel it out to see how long more I would like to do this, because I could try to aim for potentially 4,000, but I don't know how I feel about that, because that's a lot of work. Because 1,500 is already kind of a mountain to climb on. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure about that, but yeah. In case you are watching the stream, anybody new, pretty much, if you're feeling generous, be sure to donate. We have Venmo, we got Cash App, we got PayPal, Zelle, Patreon, and GoFundMe, preferably GoFundMe, and everything, because you can see like the goals and all that stuff. And yeah, that's how you go about this, because anything, even $1 would come a long way, and we already are $25 in, thanks to the donation that happened a little bit ago and everything. How's it going, Jamie? I see you. Let's go increase the count. 1,012. Thanks for subscribing earlier. There's Phantom. How's your day, by the way? Let's see here. What game are you playing? I'm playing Pokemon Xenoverse. It's a fan-made game that was made a few years ago. Let's see here, 2013. I hope your day's good and everything. I like your stream. Oh, I appreciate it. Let's see. 2014. Did you come from the Reddit page by chance? Because I feel like that's where you came from. Or did you like, did you like look through the streams going on? That's a 15. In case you don't know what I'm doing, I'm pretty much like trying to, that's a 16. I'm trying to kill up to 1,500. What Pokemon is Lancelot? Lancelot is a giant sumo stag beetle. He's a Fakemon from this game. This is what he looks like pretty much. He's a shiny version of it from like a mystery gift. Like you might see the OT under the typing, it says OT to A drive. It's a mystery gift mon. And yeah, he's bug fighting. Yeah, pretty much. Basically, there's also Heracross in this game. It's just this one in particular has like I think a little bit more defensive capabilities, and Heracross is like a little bit more offensive. I mean, Lancelot still hits hard, but I wouldn't say like it's stronger or anything. I mean, it still hits hard, I would say, for the most part, but I don't know. I feel like it's more defensive a little bit. At the same time, not really. I kind of see him more of an offensive Pokemon, but you know what I mean. Like, Heracross is more offensive. At least I think so. Oh, duh, I'm fighting Phantom. I'm like, I thought it was others on my screen. It's not the first time that happens. I was like looking at Lancelot while I was doing that over and over again. Okay. That's at 17. So Jamie, did you come from Reddit or where did you come from? Can Lancelot Mega Evolve? No, not as far as I know. It doesn't Mega Evolve. And that's an 18. I live in the United Kingdom, England. Nice. Cool. 2019. For the most part, like, were you just like on YouTube search, or like how did you find me? Do you remember? It's probably like 10:30 for you, no? Like AM? Or no, nighttime, I mean. I'm sorry. That's in 20. Where are you from? I'm from the United States. This shit again. And that's in 21. Do you need any live chat mods? Not at the moment. There's only like a few people that show up. But you're welcome to you know, come back to this, like, the stream anytime. Like, maybe down the line, if there's more and more people that show up and I need a moderator, I'll consider. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but I'll consider picking people to be a moderator. But no guarantee. But as long as you know, you're here and you're interested in doing that, then I'll at least consider you. But no promises. You know, because this is like this is just me getting to know you for the first 5 minutes. You still didn't tell me how'd you find me. I asked you like 3 times already. And for a good moderator, either way, you gotta know, you gotta hear me out and listen every now and then. Do you remember how you found me or no? Still here, Jamie? I don't know if Jamie's still here. My YouTube Studios doesn't tell me. It just says 0 all throughout, but then you were chatting earlier. Let's see here. Body Slam. That's a 26. I like zoned out a second ago. Okay, well, it's all good either way. Let me check if he is still here. Tells me, but I can't tell. Pretty well. Pretty sure I already counted. In case you guys weren't here on Friday though, and I'm starting to doubt if I'm pretty sure I said the story multiple times, but there was a lot of time I was standing still in the beginning when I was muted for like the first. It wasn't actually 32 minutes like I cut it down to, because I did cut down like a good 15 minutes of that already, because I was like muted for 45 minutes, but like at the cutoff point it was 32 or whatever. That there was a few times I was just standing still, because not only I was like texting and chatting to not only the person like Elf Angel lady, or I forget the names, it was something like that, to get ready to do the trade thing and everything, and I kept some part out, like a good 10 minutes of me, like, you know, waiting on her, because she was online, but she wasn't on Xenoverse. Like, I was just waiting on her, and it took a long time. But for the most part, hold on, let me go like 1031. For the most part, I was also chatting to this other dude that was trying to, like, you know, cause I was I was interested in considering like story writing for this game called Pokemon Archipelago. Not like totally invested, but like, you know, I just wanted to see what I could work with. And I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say and what not to say, but yeah, that was good, fo. There was what I presume, I don't know if it was a kid or not, but there was a dude earlier that was here. I don't know if he's still here. I asked him multiple times if he came from Reddit, but I mean, for the most part, he subscribed. Okay, last body slam, and then go to Pokemon Center. 1033. But yeah, from last time when I was trying to come up with the story about like Bagon and all that, and with like, you know, the younger brother looking up to the older brother because he's like a trainer in Victory Road. Let me actually like drive over there. There we go. Because like his older brother is implied to have a Salamence and all that, and he showed little Ricky to go to the secret place in Meteor Falls to catch himself a Bagon, and then Bagon has aspirations to learn how to fly and all that stuff. And like, you know, during training he would flap his arms or whatnot, but like crashes his head, and like, you know, during battle he would get jealous on flying type Pokemon or whatever. And like he wouldn't leave in his Pokeball if that happens, but like him, Bagon and little Ricky had like a bond moment where they're like, okay, well, I can tell that you want to fly, well, I promise you that someday you will or whatever. And then like the trainer wants to go face his older brother someday, you know, that's like the wrap up of their story. And it's a cool thing because, like, you know, Salamence, like, once it becomes at level 50, it learns how to fly and all that stuff. Like, you know, it's kind of like I already said, like an evolution storyline. Like, that's just kind of the natural way of how everything happens. And I remember a long time ago when somebody put in a Reddit post that they didn't totally understand why Bagon to Shelgon turns into Salamence, and I broke it down to them. Because it just didn't make sense to them. Like, they thought that it would turn into something else, not like... in their mind, Salamence didn't look like Bagon and Shelgon. I mean, Shelgon doesn't really have some characteristics that does that. That wants to fly, but I can imagine it hopping, but then like the gravity would stump it back down and stuff. But like the reason I brought it back up again is not only that I forgot if I brought it up because like I was muted for the first 45 minutes, but besides saying the ghost story, which I know I did say, the dude that's in charge of Pokemon Archipelago, I think he wants me to lean towards character stories and like making towns stories, which I thought I was gonna be under like stories when it comes to like the lore of the game. Because I don't know how much I could like, I don't know what the right word is. I don't want to use the word intervene or anything like that. But you know, I do want to chip in, but like, okay, so I noticed this part of the story, and then just say my piece. Because there's some stuff where I feel like there's definitely a missed opportunity for something great here that the creator doesn't want in the game. And and I just kind of want to tell him like, okay, well, if you don't do this, you're missing out on XYZ, and that's just like my opinion of it, without spoiling, I guess. Again, I have no idea what I'm not allowed to say. I only put like the emote in the Discord, me just saying hi or whatever. So yeah. And I do have access to like beta test the game, but there's not too much in it as far as I'm aware. I haven't played it yet, but that's from what I gathered. Anything you've been up to, Fo, though? What are you playing right now? George R.R. Martin said that a good story starts with creating a history by making it feel like it's real. Yeah. 1037. I mean, I'll just say my pitch for this, like whether, because it's not like, I really doubt that there's gonna be like multiple people that will look into the bot, and even if they see it used later, the game is probably gonna be well established out. But from my understanding, because this is already public information in this first half, 1038, I am winding down for the night, but for the past few days I've been playing a game for Jump Space. Oh, never heard of that. From my understanding of what he already put in the first initial Reddit page that's public knowledge, is that he wants the game to be about Type Null, and you know, eventually becoming Sevili, and they have to find the memory drives in these chain of islands. That's why it's called Pokemon Archipelago, and that's public information then and there. I started with the mentality of a 1-hour adventure, then it turned to 13 hours down. Okay, 1039. But yeah, that's the premise of the game. But from my understanding, from what I've seen on the Discord, is that he doesn't want Ultra Beasts in it, and he never played Sun and Moon, the creator of the game. So I'm not sure where he came up with the idea to play this game that's inspired to be Sun and Moon, with the Sun and Moon Pokemon being Type Null. That's the main thing. Maybe he just finds them cool, I'm not really sure. But yeah, I came out on Steam a few days ago, but I was in the beta for a while. It was $20, so not too much to lose and easy to return. Okay. But yeah, I guess he read the Bulbapedia page of Sun and Moon, and I assume Ultra Sun and Moon, and he believes that he's an expert now on all of Pokemon Sun and Moon, which I don't think that's how it works, because like I read the rest of Scarlet and Violet basically through Bulbapedia, and I still don't feel like an expert, because I can't even remember certain Pokemon names. So me saying that out loud, I could say for certain that he's not an expert in Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon, just reading through Bulbapedia of all things. But he doesn't want to put Ultra Beasts in the game, which I don't know, like one of the story writers had made like put up the Pokédex entry or some entry of it that states everything about Type Null, and it says Type Null is made by Team Aether and everything like that, for the design of killing Ultra Beast. And I don't know where it states this, but it's supposed to be a reference on like trying to kill Arceus, because it has the RKS system, and like the Sevili is supposed to kind of resemble Arceus, but it doesn't. I don't know. I don't think it would come close to killing him or whatever, but that's just my opinion on it. Ultra Beast not being in the game is fine, to be honest. They legit are just break the world in most cases. Yeah, I mean, I get that and everything. 1041. But my thing is, my pitch and storyline, like, it's fine not to put all the Ultra Beasts, but it's missing one. It's like a missed opportunity to not at least put one Ultra Beast on there, because if you're starting the game with type Null and everything like that, and it's a Pokemon designed to kill Ultra Beasts, then it's in its nature and instinct to kill an Ultra Beast. So I think it's a missed opportunity not to have at least one. And I kind of imagine like a popular Ultra Beast like Poipole, for example, or Neganadel or whatever, to be put in the game. So like, you know, in a story element, if Poipole is a gift Pokemon in the overworld or whatever the fuck, and then Type Null sees this Mon, his eyes would glow red, and then he would try to kill him, like quite literally try to kill that, because he is programmed and experimented to kill an Ultra Beast. So I just think that has good potential to be a great story, at least on that segment. And who knows if like they want the trainer to keep this Poipole, because I think everybody would take a free Poipole if they wanted to. I mean, I know it's a gift Pokemon in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but that's the, like, if you don't want any Ultra Beast, that's fine, but if you're gonna have type Null, you have to at least get one. That's just my opinion of it. I just think it would be a good idea to show that in storyline about type Null. Because I think that has a potential to be a really good part of the game that they're showing. Because I'm not interested in all of the Ultra Beasts, because putting all the Ultra Beasts is kind of unnecessary, because I don't want Nihilego, Kartana, or fucking Stack Attack. These seems like just random things for Ultra Beasts to have. Like, but like, Poipole would be a good idea, in my opinion, to put in the game, and then Type Null tries to berserkly try to attack it. I think that would be good. I think Type Null is gifted in base Sword and Shield, and they didn't have Ultra Beast in the base game. Well, I mean, Type Null wasn't really... Was it actually given in Sword and Shield? Well, I don't recall, but I know it's given in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and Sun and Moon and stuff. But yeah, I mean, at that point with Sword and Shield, they weren't gonna revolve anything around Ultra Beasts and stuff like that. But like, that's within the entry of Type Null, was the whole Ultra Beast segment. And like I said, like, if the story revolves around Type Null, it's like that part of its story is gonna be absent, in my opinion. For Sword and Shield, if they do give, if they gift it out or whatever the fuck, like, I don't know, it might be like after the 6th gem or some shit like that. I don't recall. Yeah, you just check it's gifted in the battle tower in post game. Don't even need to work for it. Oh yeah, well I'm not. I haven't went to the post game section of that. But yeah. I mean, at that point in the game, they wouldn't... I mean, I really doubt that they would have Ultra Beast either way. 1044, seeing that the previous generation would have it or whatnot. Eventually I'll pitch it to them that I think it would be a good idea that they would at least consider it. And I think they wouldn't say no to a Poipole. I think Poipole would be pretty good to have. Is this 159? I think it's 159. I could be wrong. Let's see here. Wait, what am I doing? Just fly. Fly over to here. To be fair, I think I may have been designed to fight Eternatus, but it never got to it. Type Null? I don't think it was designed to fight Eternatus. It only stated to fight Ultra Beast, and there's a theory that it's meant to fight and kill Arceus, which I know it wouldn't, but that's what it states. Okay, at least I numbered it right. I guess it is 159, so it really slowed down on the number that I got. Special defense up, attacks down, runaway ability, calm nature, somewhat of a clown. Okay. I'll take a look at your chat in a second. Okay, let's go fly back. Specifically in Sword and Shield, it checks out because the villain was aware that Eternatus was a threat. Who gives you the type null again? Was it a person in the battle tower? But like, I don't know if type null is strong enough to kill an Eternatus, to be honest. Like, I don't even believe Eternatus. I don't even think Savioli would even come close to killing Arceus. Like, Ultra Beast, sure, I'll believe it because, like Pokemon in Code always categorized it as sub-legendary, but it's never been considered a legendary Pokemon because in their world, in the Ultra Wormhole and stuff, they're just common Pokemon in their dimension. Like, Nihilego's found everywhere. They're like the Zubats and tentacles of the Ultra Wormhole and stuff. So it's not like out of the question that Savioli could kill those, because that's what it's designed to. But I don't think it could kill Eternatus, as far as I'm aware. One of the researchers in Chairman Battle Tower that it was either in Chairman Rose's tower or the Gym 8 tower where Eternatus was housed originally. I don't 100% recall. I'm trying to... I mean, I'll look into it. It just doesn't make sense to me that Type Null or Savioli would like, well, I mean, maybe that's like their only backup plan or something like that. It still doesn't make sense the more you think about it. It's in one of 2 key locations related to Eternatus. Do they outright say it, or is it implied that they're making it Chairman Rose? Chairman Rose's plan was port to begin with. Yeah, 1045. Because like Zacian and Zamazenta, like, you know, was the protagonist. I mean, it's not like they had their plan, it just kind of happened and they all just showed up and stuff. But like, Zacian and Zamazenta even had a hard time against fighting Eternatus, and those fuckers are 2 legendary Pokemon. And their researchers are just using a type null, not even a Savioli yet, just a type null. 1046. They're really prepared for something that might happen in over 1,000 years. Yeah. Well, I don't know, just villains with that mentality, that shit just never surprises me. You know, just prophecy storylines in any mainstream really, that we're gonna resurrect this, and it's like literally the devil's incarnate, and like, you know, I'll take control of it and get all my wishes, and then the other people are like, what the fuck are you doing? You just released a devil incarnate, and they're like, yeah, but I'll get all my wishes. It's always that kind of type of storyline, so it just kind of never surprises me or phases me. That, like, in actuality is a dumbass idea, because, you know, it's just their villain art. That's what they're trying to get out of it, pretty much. And I was watching MNJ TV. Well, I watched a couple of his videos again recently, and like, he would cover the gym leaders in Sword and Shield, and you know, he would say all the gym leaders and stuff, and then he would just say Chairman Rose every single time. Like, it would be like, oh, and then after Raijin, or whatever the fucking dragon gym leader's name is, he would say Chairman Rose every single time. And I never really considered him a gym leader like that. Like, I thought he was like, after the whole Elite Four tournament shit. I mean, that's what I always kind of considered, basically. It's like basically the Elite Four tournament, kind of. 1048. That wasn't even a prophecy. I'd give him some credit if it was the case. Just some researchers was kind of like, huh? According to my calcs, this might happen, maybe. Yeah. Did I count it already? Fuck. 1049. I don't even remember why he did all that. Was it just to expand the whole Dynamax thing, or I don't remember. It kind of took me out of, took me for a surprise that, like, it was like what felt like in the middle of the tournament that this storyline happened, that I faced Team, or Chairman Rose, I guess. You double counted. Oh, I did double count, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Let's see. 1048 then. Now, like, every now and then I would look back at the and skim through. I'm like, shit, I did double count or whatever. I already fixed the number earlier today because I tried to on purposely stop at 1,000 before switching over to TCG Pocket, because I did play a little bit of it and it took forever. And I managed to cut it down through the VOD, but like, I didn't even count the last one. I stopped at 999, and then I miscounted like 5 other times, whether I double counted or just didn't count it at all. And yeah. Okay, let's see here. Okay, now we're at 1049. I am more likely gonna do the 4,000 count. I just don't know what's a good number to stop, to be honest. Like, I don't know if I should stop at 4,000, go a little bit over 4,000, because like I said, with the count of me going to 500 from like the 1 out of 4,000 range to like past 500, because it's reduced to 1 out of 500 of that range, so that I stop at 1,500 because that's 1,000 more, so it's twice over. So with that logic, I don't know where to stop with like the 1 out of 4,000 range if we're going by that logic. I don't know if making it to 4,000's good enough, or going to 8,000 or what, because that'd be double over odds, isn't it? Because I don't know where to stop if I were to go for the 1 out of 4,000 range. Because I'm not even sure about that, to be honest. But I'll consider it back and forth. You know, honestly, I'm not even sure if Savila is supposed to be this legendary hunter, because I know that he could go to all the environments and stuff like that. There's something about it that doesn't feel like... I don't know. I feel like there's different Pokemon predators that could do the job better than Savila. Because sure, he could go through all the terrains and you can't really escape him because he could run and then swim and all that shit, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm not buying it because of its size, of its capabilities, or something like that. I just don't feel like it's enough. I just don't buy him, like, barely even phasing Eternatus or Arceus at all. Like, I feel like he could barely survive a Buzzwole, if we're being honest. I saw a pic of someone that was complaining about their terrible shiny Kyogre luck and Heart Gold Soul Silver, and they were like 89k. Everyone just LMAO'd since they were at 99.9% at odds. They insisted that they didn't have encountered even one. I feel like soft resetting is such a pain in the ass. Isn't it quick to do it though? You just soft reset and then you just try again, and that would count as one, and then you soft reset again and then just look at it. Like that's like 2 minutes at a time or something. That's just gonna get tiring. It still blows my mind. I finally finished watching the last to leave Sinnoh or whatever. And it still blows my mind that that person has 16 DSs. It's like, what the fuck? I don't even know where to begin with that, to set them all together and such. On DS's, LB select start very fast. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that it'd be quick. So like 89k, I mean, that's gonna be like, you know, multiple streams for me if I were to do that, but I don't know. I need to think of a good number, maybe 5,000 or something, I don't know. 1,053, and I mentioned this in the beginning of the stream, but for me, I wanted to, I mean, I put the title I'm heated, or getting heated, or whatever, because I wanted to put Flareon on here, and I've been fucking theming it with whatever type it is, because I put Deforestation for Leafeon, ironically, and I put the cooldown for Glaceon. So I figured I might as well put Flareon instead of getting heated, which not entirely true, but you know, I am kind of getting saddened by the fact that I can't, you know, I don't want to lose hope and everything, but I think this is pretty depressing if I'm just doing this for no reason. But yeah, we'll figure out. I think tomorrow's stream I'm just gonna call it 4K and then just put Jolteon, just because it's like yellow and it could be considered gold or something. So that's my logic, because we might go for 4,000. I'll just put 4K question mark. Shocking encounters Jolteon. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of thinking 4K. Just use the gold excuse. Best case scenario, I find a shiny mon and I could use it. And I don't think shocking encounters like at this point where we're at right now, finding Oddishes, I can't say that shocking encounters would be really truthful, because it's just Oddishes and Phantoms in this grass. Like anything worse than this would be like Route 1 looking at Pidgeys and Rattatas and putting shocking encounters. I almost ran from this thing. Like if it was shiny Oddish or shiny Phantom, then sure, 1055. A whole 2, yeah. I think honestly, considering what would be the worst and most boring encounter spot, is probably red, green, and blue Route 1. Because you can't even get shinies, so Rattatas and Pidgeys, and that's probably the worst of the worst of them all. Unless there's like other Pokemon that you could just find one of or whatever, like besides Oldrod, then that would take the cake. 1056. People would legit take either shiny Oddish or Phantom. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean, but I don't want to put shocking encounters. I'll just stick to 4K, because like we should be passing 1,500 and maybe continuing. And I'll continue with Oddish for a little bit longer, because this is really easy to burn to maybe get to 5,000, I'm not sure. But what number would you do if it's like a 1 out of 4,000 odds? Like, would you stop at 4,000? Would you stop at 5,000? Or would you go to 8,000 or maybe even 10,000? Because we got like about 21 or so days left. before because I don't, like I said, I don't want to pass 1,000 videos with these streams. So that's another thing to consider. But like realistically, without that being in question, like what would you go for? Because I'm trying to think of the most fair spot to stop at, to be like, oh well, we can't do it or whatever. Because if we make it to whatever number it is after that, then Zubat would be next. I'd probably complain and moan about it, but I'd shoot for 8k double odds. Okay, that makes sense to me. I wonder how many days that would take. That would probably take like a week and a half, right? Just assuming that I'm doing it right. I don't know, it took me like almost a week to do that. That's assuming the odds are 1 out of 4k. Yeah, I mean, it's a good number to test it out regardless. The Zubat one's gonna take a longer time. So we're gonna see. Alright, let's go for Body Slam yet again. I couldn't help but notice that Jamie, that was chatting a little bit ago, left the moment I said he could not be a mod, because I said no promises, because he has to be a mod, and then I was like, I mean maybe, like I'm not looking for any now because there's barely any people, but maybe in the future, and then he took off from there. I'm like, oh well, already well. Because it's that or you are almost 16 times the odds if it were 1 out of 500. That's why I'm not the best version, the best person for this job. The best version of myself, I guess. Like if we had like full-on 8 people to do all this at the same time and do like a fucking retro race, that would be the best test. Cause like I'm not sure I'm superstitious and all that shit, but holy crap, man, like I do have terrible luck at times. 1060. I find stuff that I don't necessarily find and stuff. But I had found 10 shinies, so that's always good. Because at first I found like 5 shinies within like a week and a half and all that. But it's not the Pokemon I've been searching for. But I am happy with, like, Hawlucha. Shiny Hawlucha was like the best find I found so far. I was so hyped for that in 1061. And I wasn't necessarily even shiny hunting besides the Eevee eggs. Because it's that or you are almost... Oh no, I just read that, my bad. If you made it to 16 times odds, I classify that as verified data. I just really hope it's the case. Might as well buy a lotto ticket. I'd be wasting my money. That wouldn't... I'm not lucky. Like, you know, of those 10 shinies, I found 4 shiny hysterics. I only need 1. Like, I guess, like, I could do the living dex thing and, like, you know, evolve it, but still. Let's see here. That's a 63. Was your weekend pretty good? Because mine was kind of annoying. I like spaced out a second just thinking about it. Okay. Wait, did I didn't even run out of hammer arms. I've been using body slams. Fuck. That's a 64. check my moves. I feel like I was spacing out a bit too much. Oh no, okay, I just ran out of all my moves. I thought I just ignored Hammer Arms. Never mind, okay, we could go to the Pokemon Center. Let's see here. I guess we'll go for 8K, I suppose. I'm not looking forward to that. Hopefully we could do that in under 1,000 videos. Because we're at like 957, I think? It was alright. The Dynamax battles with some buddies. Alright, for sure. Fuck, I purposely pressed left before I got to the house, too. I literally pressed it as I got here, and then it just registered me going through the door. I did it so on purpose. But at the same time, not to go in front of the door, I guess. Let me see what you put. No one caught a shiny, but then I did one more on my own for LOLs and got a shiny X-Bot. Oh, nice. Yeah, cause like that's something that crossed my mind. I'm all like, for other games, like, you know, that has a guaranteed Pokemon in it. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald does have that Whismur Cave. That's guaranteed Whismurs. If that had Retromon, you could just keep killing those. And Uldraughting in the water isn't that bad to getting Magikarps to do that, because it's not like a whole minigame to get them, but every now and then the water would fail, I guess, or the rod would fail, really. Not sure if you played any of the Doom games, but I rather tempted to name it Pinkle, or Pinky, sorry. No, I hadn't played any of the Doom games, but yeah, I've seen some death battles with Doomguy in it, and I really am tempted, ever since like the trailer of the new Doom game that's coming out, because he has like this battle shield, that I really would like to see Doomguy versus Captain America, which you probably would think to yourself, okay, is it just because of the shields and stuff like that, and like Doomguy would easily beat Captain America or whatever, but I still think it'd be an interesting idea for a death battle. And hear me out, because like he has a mech, like Doomguy has a mech and stuff, and just the visuals of Doomguy versus Captain America in his What If universe, he also has a mech, so I just think that would be a pretty good thing that they would have or whatever. Like, they have more commonalities than you think. They have like super soldier serums and stuff. Doomguy would rip apart Cap. Yeah, more likely, but I mean, you know, it'd still be an interesting death battle to see. But Captain America also has a super soldier serum. Like, he would lose to him regardless, but I don't think it's like that far ahead, but I don't know. Just use the What If Captain America that has the mech, and I think that'd be a pretty interesting fight, because I didn't think Joker versus Sweet Tooth would work, and when I saw that death battle, like they you know, they used Joker's car to go against Sweet Tooth's car and everything, and they used both each other's mechs and stuff, and I thought that was pretty fun. So yeah, Doomguy is effectively a man become God, fought in hell for thousands of years. Yeah. Nah, I'm just saying, like, regardless, it'd still be an interesting matchup to see. Because there's some matches in death battles that, like, in reality, they wouldn't even come close, or whatever. But, you know, they paired them up with each other because they got these stuff in common. Like, you know, both characters have their shields, they got their mechs, their super soldiers, and, yeah, that's as far as it goes, really. Let's see here. Because, like, after looking at the whole Doomguy death battle thing, yeah, he's extremely broken, for sure. Like, he doesn't make sense. 1068? Did you watch the most recent death battle? Remind me which one's the most recent one? Because I don't know if they uploaded a new one. Because I watched... If not the most recent one, then the second most recent one. I haven't really followed up on it. Is it the two... anime character ones. I'm trying to remember. That's part of the reason why I want to be reminded of what it was. It was Ruby Rose versus the Scythe Wielder from Soul Eater. Oh no, I don't think I did watch it. I watched the one before that. I'll watch it when I get the chance. I want to say I remember in the one before the most recent death battle, did I count this one? Shit, I already forgot. Ah, fuck. Okay, well that was 69. I recognized the second to last death battle. I recognized one of the enemies and the other one I'd never heard of, but I remember watching it. And yeah, let me just check the YouTube thumbnails, cause I don't like being forgetful like this. Okay, here's the 1070. Oh shit, that's one thing I hate about YouTube sometimes. It just fucking auto plays a fucking video just cause it's just in my page for too long. Okay, Death Battle. Oh, that came out yesterday. No wonder I didn't know about it. Let's see here. Hulk vs. Godzilla was the last one? Okay, well I've seen that one. I thought there was an anime one. Unless I'm getting that confused. Spider-Man vs. Deku was the one before that. Huh. Okay, I guess that maybe Ruby Rose versus like Maka is the one that I'm thinking of. That I recognize one anime but not the other, I guess. Because I don't know, I never watched Soul Eater, I suppose. But I never watched Ruby either, but I know of them. So there's that going for us. Mega Horn. Also, I noticed in the Reddit that there was people that I don't know, like in the Reddit page, there's this one person that found like 2 shinies today or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not sure what they're going for, but it's interesting. Let's go like this. Mega Horn. 1072. This would be a very extended fucking... honestly, like, this would be a very extended fucking, like, hunt if it turns out that we can find a Retromon, but it is 1 out of 4,000 odds, and I would not like that, because we're at 1,500 with Eevee, and that's gonna take a horrendously long time, because it took me 25 days just to get to 1,500 with Eevee. And we're almost, like, you know, it's just been 10 days, and you know, with the 2 Pokemon, Zubat and Oddish, we're almost at 1,500. You know, this is day 36 and all that. So it's not too bad, and like, for the past 10 to 11 days, I feel like there's been shorter streams, and I haven't really, I don't know, been really too focused, like, you know, hyper-focused on getting the most out of my account. Because even in the beginning of getting Zubats, like the first 3 days, it's either I did something else or I ended the stream a bit shorter than most. But you know what I mean, like, you know. Eevee, I was very focused on like, getting the most out of my time and finding Eevees. For this one, not so much. Like, even from Friday, I could have went over 1,000, but I stopped on purpose to go to TCG Pocket. So there's that. I don't remember if I was in the Zubat era when I did the first TCG Pocket one. I think I might have been, because it feels like the beginning of September I did that. Which, I don't know. I think it was in the Eevee era. Yeah. Because that's a whole 22 days ago. But like, take into account the... Since you haven't watched it, it won't spoil. Just know I wasn't very surprised. Oh, okay, okay. We have to take into the account the weekends that we took off. So that's like at least 6 days off. So that'd be like 18 days. Yeah, no, that's still in the Eevee era. Never mind. One of these days I'll try to hyper focus on getting the most out of my account. And I could even, I could technically, if I wanted to, one of these days, like, it doesn't have to stop at 8 o'clock either. It's like one of these days, if like my relative has to be more busy or whatnot and doing other things, I could continue past 8 o'clock, because night and day you find odysseys in this gym. So I could try to find as much odysseys as possible. I'm gonna get bored as fuck very fast, but we could get the most out of our buck, pretty much. $1,076. I didn't post any of the 2 Xenoverse Reddits because I don't know, I just felt like putting getting heated and like the chance that Cosmic Soul will see it, it would be very annoying to know that he saw it. So I was like, nah, I'll just put it somewhere else. 1077. But yeah, around the 999th video, maybe around the 990th, I'll try to look into seeing if anybody wants to trade in the Xenoverse Discord if they got a legitimate one, and then we'll go from there. If it gets to that point. 1078. Gotta head out. See you later. Alright, see you later, foe. Hope you're seeing you around. Thanks for joining. Okie dokie. Let's see here. But yeah, eventually I'm gonna look through the streams when I get the chance. Like, if we do rotate to a different game, and there's nothing really to skim over when it comes to the stream, I might look over back on the other streams to see what's the biggest breaking points. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say breaking points, but you know, spaces where like could easily be cut away, like me just sitting there because I went to the bathroom, or me just like, you know, whatever reason, I just have to just stand there a little bit that feels like it's taking too much time. I'll just like try to cut that out or whatever. I'll try my best doing that. Let's see here. We could in the meantime. I'm also thinking about using the bathroom very soon, but I'm not sure yet. Oh, what the hell? Dallas donated another $25 2 minutes ago? What the fuck? Dude, I'm starting to think it is him. Oh shit, we got another stream donation. Hold on. appreciate you, as always. It doesn't notify me on the GoFundMe page. Maybe I'm on the wrong thing. I don't know. Well, it says this one was 23 days ago. Am I tripping? I swear it says so on my phone. Maybe it hasn't updated yet. It says 1:32, like 3 minutes ago. Yeah, thanks a lot. That's another $25. Okay, let's see here. Well, we gotta make a count now. Let's see here. 2 more hammer arms. And that's an 81. But yeah, for people that are watching the VOD, I'm still gonna. I'm still thinking of doing the proposition on like the whole Ultra Beast thing, because I feel like people will remember that. Like if they see an overworld sprite thing going on with Type Null looking at this Poiple or whatever, and it makes sense that like it would be Poiple that people would care about more than any other Ultra Beast. Because all the Ultra Beasts, like I named, like Kartana, Stakataka, Nihilego, you can't really see a true emotion in that. Maybe people will feel bad if a Type Null is killing a Nihilego, I'm not really sure. But not as bad as feeling for like Type Null trying to kill a Poiple, I feel. I feel like Poiple is adorable enough and closer to a Pokemon enough compared to other Ultra Beasts that they'll feel bad and they don't want Type Null to kill it. And people do like to use them. I'm pretty sure that if anything is one of people's most favorite Ultra Beasts, besides like, you know, maybe perhaps what's his name, Guzzlord and like Buzzwole and Pheromosa maybe. But if anything, those three might be they might be actual legendaries for Ultra Beasts in their universe, I imagine. I'm not really sure. That was in 83. That right there is kind of more so kind of iffy, because we're still not unsure. We're unsure about all that stuff. And there's some stuff with the Ultra Beast as well that it's kind of like a gray area where we don't really know or whatnot. Like we're not sure about, for example. Well, okay, like it's been said that some of the Ultra Beasts are based off the 7 deadly sins, or like Buzzwole's pride, and like Pheromosa's lust, and then like Guzzlord is like supposed to be gluttony or whatever. And I forget, I think somebody mentioned that Guzzlord had some interesting things about it, of a, like theory-wise, that Guzzlord could be potentially 1084. It could be potentially a different legendary, but inside, like in this ultra wormhole, it turns into something else, and I'm trying to remember what that is. I think they said the theory was that it's a Zygarde, but like in the ultra wormhole space something bad happened, so it became to that. I don't remember what it is. I'm like trying to figure it out. 1085. Because I think the things I was saying is that the Zygarde cells, like when it's in a 100% form, that like his torso and all that looks almost the same as Guzzlord's mouth, except it turns into something else. Maybe the Zygarde cells are like corrupted or whatever the word may be, that it's just completely fucked up and it like mutates into something else. I don't know. It's just interesting that the whole Ultra Wormhole things, when it comes to Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon, kind of like, you know, this is the world where Necrozma took all the light, so that's why all the people, you know, their skin has like not that many, it's not has much melanin to it. I can't speak for shit today, I realize, but it doesn't have melanin, so it doesn't have color in their skin, so it's all gray and purple and whatever color you consider it. And like all the Pokemon are very vastly different, that they evolve and turn into something completely else over however long it is that Necrozma took the light for. It could be thousands of years or even millions, who knows, but they develop into something completely else. But this is a world where Necrozma is, you know, practically won and took all the light. But then like after 1,000 years it craves for more, and then it sees an opening through the Ultra Wormholes and like escapes through, and then it realizes, hey, there's extra light here, this is more power for myself, I want to consume it. 1087. The part that doesn't really make sense to me is that, like, okay, so if it took the light thousands of years ago or even millions of years ago, what did he exactly take at the time? And I don't really know if he was Ultra Necrozma back then, if he lost power over time, or if he was always just a regular Necrozma that, you know, was full, so to speak, with the light it consumed thousands of years ago or even like millions of years ago. Because that's like the gray area that I don't know about. These are question marks that I have. But we don't know if it lost power or if it was always the original Necrozma and it never was an Ultra Necrozma to begin with. Hopefully you guys know what I mean. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if back then it consumed another Solgaleo or another Lunala or whatever. Unless it has to be a... well, no, never mind. I was gonna say, like, I was gonna say the Dawn Wings and Duskmane, but like when Necrozma fuses with them, that's what they become. So never mind on that. That's what crosses my mind though. Is that pretty much? But yeah, I just need to consider all this stuff pretty much. Let's see here. It's an interesting question though, but like I feel like a lot of these Pokemon do develop from something else. And Pheromosa is like a cockroach, and then like Buzzwole is a mosquito. You know, when I was a kid, I always kind of saw all these Pokemon, 1089, and I kind of told myself that all these other Pokemon that comes after it kind of explain a lot with like Pokemon that breed to something else. So if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, like, you know, the first 151 Pokemon come out or whatever, then like by the time the second generation began, like there's always some of the new Pokemon that are out now could be explained by like other Pokemon breeding with each other. So like for example, Hoot could be, you know, something like either a Pidgey or a Spearow breeding with like a Farfetch, for example. Something like that. Like maybe Spearow and Farfetch breed with each other and then they developed and turned into a Hoot. Like that's some of the stuff I came up with back then, like as an example. That like that's just kind of what my kid mind kind of correlated all of it to, is that all these Pokemon have like means of because yeah, obviously it's not true nowadays, but that's just what I thought of back then, because it's like, how the hell are all these Pokemon barely being discovered if they've been out here for years or whatever? And why are they calling it new Pokemon? Why are they saying that, oh, we discovered a new typing? It's like, what do you mean you discover a new typing? It either existed forever or it doesn't or whatever. So yeah, some of these stuff just doesn't make sense, and you know how inconsistent Pokemon can be sometimes. So yeah. But yeah, you could think about this with all the other Pokemon too. Like Meryl, it could be like Pikachu and Jigglypuff maybe. You know, they had a kid, and it's just Meryl, for example. And you know, to a degree, you could also kind of consider it as fusion, I suppose. And you know, I know that Pokemon fusions is a thing, and a lot of them are great. Some of them are cursed, I would say. But for the most part, as we get 1093, for the most part, when it comes to Pokemon fusions, what I would say is that what makes the most sense to me if Pokemon was ever to do Pokemon fusions, to get like one Pokemon fused with another one, is if they are the same typings. That's the only way you can make it work. Because that's the only thing that makes the most sense out of it. As we got 1084. Because, like, you know, it all basically stemmed from Black 2 and White 2 and all that. Or actually, if anything, Black and White. Because they said Zekrom and Reshiram used to be the same Pokemon. And Kyurem was the shell of it. And they broke apart and then they're split up. And that's just the thing. Even though their faces are kind of different, you would think that they would be the same, but they're not. So I'm not really totally sure why that's the thing, but yeah, 1085. Interesting nonetheless, but you know, in Black 2 and White 2 was the real fusing of it, where like Colress developed some technology that is able to fuse Pokemon together and all that, and gets his kind of fused Kyurem and, you know, depending on the games, either Reshiram or Zekrom to create, you know, Black Kyurem or White Kyurem or whoever. And then that kind of stemmed from, like, the idea is like, oh shit, you could fuse, what if you could fuse with all the Pokemon, all the regular Pokemon? And I'm not sure what's the most cursed Pokemon out there. I'm sure it involves Miltank or some shit. 1086, or just anything that fuses with like Voltorb or Electrode or some shit like that. But I honestly feel like if they were to fuse and all that stuff, they have to do it with Pokemon of the same type. If you don't do it at the same type, it won't work. You can't just fuse any Pokemon together. So if you just think of anything, even if it's a Voltorb fused with a Pikachu, you know that a lot of the Voltorb orbs is going to be on Pikachu. I really would like to also say that it'd be easier if they were to fuse with Pokemon at the final evolutions, but at the same time I could see the argument that people would rather have it so they could fuse with, you know, Pokemon of the previous types or whatever. But, you know, honestly, the final evolutions would make more sense. It's not going to be very tedious to do all that work of just like, I don't know, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot to work with if you're going to make new artist renditions for all the damn Pikachu type of fusions with other electric Pokemon. Like, that sounds like a lot of work to do. So, yeah, I don't know, I ran out of all my moves. Okay, well, let's go switch. And once we get to 1100, we're gonna, you know, I'm gonna take a bathroom break because, like, yeah, I need to use the bathroom and stuff. So, yeah, I've been kind of holding it for, like, the past 10 minutes because I had it in my mind, I'm like, I really need to use the bathroom. But yeah, we'll hold it off till there. 1098. There we go. Alright, that's another Phantom. Wait, what number we're at again? 1097 or no, 1098? Sorry. Again, like with my Windows, I have like yeah, the game, and then it's YouTube Studios, and then like the counters underneath that, and then I have to like pop up the counter to count them, then click back to YouTube Studios, and then like the game. It's a whole mess. Like, my game is everywhere. Like I said, it's 2/3 of the fucking screen as I forget to heal yet again. Maybe I should heal afterwards. Yeah, I think I should just do that. So it's 1100, I'll heal my Pokemon, go back, and then we'll have the be right back screen or whatever. So if I did it correctly, in the future, I'll cut this part out of, like, you know, once I have my break and all that. But we got one more Pokemon to find before the bathroom break, and then we'll come back in a short bit. So yeah, once we do that. We're already an hour and a half in. It's crazy that. I still don't really, I haven't truly decided what time I'm gonna do this. I think I might end it at 5:30. I might. Let's see here. And that's 1100. Alright, let's go to the Pokemon Center first before anything else. I did notice that though. We got 1 experience point for Lancelot and 3 for Jigglypuff. She's hogging up all the fucking experience points, dude. But yeah, quite literally though, all the breeding Pokemon, I don't remember all of it that I have thought in my head, because I hadn't thought about it in years, but I just remember doing that. Hoot Hoot's probably the easiest one to figure out though. Because I could make the argument for either Pidgey or Spearow or Farfetch, just one of the 3 really. But yeah. Okay, let's go ahead. Back in the Pokemon Center as we got 1100 in. And we'll be right back, and you'll hear the background music, so yeah, just don't fret about that. Oops, I didn't mean to take that screen away. Be right back, like I said. Okay, we're back and all that stuff. Let's go ahead and continue onward. I'm not sure how long I took, but I got a water beside me along with the drink. So yeah, I never really truly know how the screen changed. Fuck. Why did the screen change? What the fuck? It looks... whatever. I think because I might have double clicked on it or some shit. I'm not sure what I did. Alright. I hate when the screen changes for no fucking reason though. Am I able to get it back? Okay, finally, yeah. Because I checked GoFundMe a second ago. It says now donation received. I just got the Gmail of it just now. That threw me off. I'm like, what? Alright, let's see. Maybe if I go like that? A little bit more. A little bit more. Is that normal? I don't see any more borders anymore. Okay, let's start. Also, I should point out that, yeah, I said 11 minutes ago. Yeah, thanks so much. That really means a lot. When it comes to, there's a few things I was gonna say. Like, Marvel Snap is the first thought in my head, and then I was gonna talk about TCG Pocket. So, like, a lot of things are in my brain space. But basically, in Marvel Snap, I mentioned briefly about Deadpool's Diner, and there's a lot of the modes in Marvel Snap, and you know, hopefully you guys know about Marvel Snap, or else this would be kind of weird to talk about. But, you know, in case you don't know, basically Marvel Snap is a card game that has up to 12 cards, maybe potentially more depending on the decks you're using and stuff like that. And in these games, there's always 6 turns, and depending on like other cards you have or the areas that are known in these places, because there's 3 locations within the board game, I don't know what the fuck to call that. It could go up to 7 turns or maybe even 4 turns. It just depends. But 6 turns is the standard for every game, unless, like I said, the locations or the cards would say otherwise. Damn, it's more cut off than before. Fuck, I can't see any of the. I can't even see the hints of the move. Well, that sucks. All right. Well, either way, 11:01. We'll figure it out. And yeah, there's 3 locations for you and your opponent, and it could only fit up to 4 cards. You know, in total, it could be up to 12 cards if you do the math there, because 4 by 3. And basically, when it comes to all that, you know, like, it goes out of 2 out of 3 rules. So if you win in one location, your opponent wins the other one. Whoever wins the last location or the 3rd location, making it 2 out of the 3. Well, I mean, not like that. Just like, it doesn't matter. Just 2 out of 3 out of all the locations. If you win one and you win the 2nd one and your opponent wins the 3rd one, then you won because of 2 out of the 3 rules. And if, in case it does tie in one of the areas, then it will actually be a tie for the game, which is a little bit more rare. It happens every now and then, but yeah. And that's basically how you play it. Now, there's some game modes that occasionally happens. You know, there's Conquest that is always able to be played no matter what. That, you know, it's just basically what you could do against, like, if you're playing against your friend online as well. That, you know, you get to snap to have like a total of 10 points within your arsenal. If you snap all the way through, you could lose up to 8 points potentially, and then you'll only have 2 points left, which would suck. But yeah, that's just like a gauntlet how much you're willing to bet for or lose for, because you could, you know, one game could just be losing 1 point, or you know, if somehow the other opponent snaps a bit too late in the game, it could be 2 or 4 or 6 or whatever, just depending how much you bet for. But it goes up to 8. And then, like, if you really would like to, with your 2 remaining points against his 10, you would have to beat him like legit like 5 times in a row to like, you know, win that whole series. So it's kind of like in off balance. They didn't really think this shit through, to be honest with you. But then there's other modes like Voltage, which is a high-speed match where you get a lot more energy, so you could use all your cards. Because the one thing I forgot to mention about Marvel Snap is that there's your energy and then your power. Your energy is like, you know, how much energy you get per turn, because you always increase by 1 every single turn. So at the first turn you only get 1 energy, so you're more likely to only play, you know, a 1 cost card. That's the 1 energy cards for the cost. And then on 2 turns you're able to play a 2 cost card, or maybe like, you know, 2 1 cost cards, if that makes sense. And then so on and so forth. So you kind of could do the math from there. And of course, like, some areas give you more energy. Maybe some will make it so you can't be able to play certain cost cards, or like makes it more expensive, etc, etc. But like by turn 6 you could do the math. You go like, oh, I could play 2 3 cost cards, or like maybe a 4 cost card and 1 or 2 of the 1 cost cards that I have. You know, whatever helps you go with it, unless you want to go with that powerful 6 cost card or whatever. You know, those are examples that I have for you pretty much. But for Voltage, that kind of gets thrown out the window because they give you a butt ton of fucking energy, so you could play you know, more highly cost cards than usual. You know, maybe first turn they'll give you just 3 energy, so you play 3 cost cards, and then like go so on and so forth. But it goes only up to 3 turns, I'm pretty sure. And they're a lot quicker games and such. But like when it comes to Voltage, it's kind of dog shit when it comes to like the point distribution and like the rewards for it. Because when it comes to that game, as we're about to hatch an egg right quick. So we got an Eevee. That's 160 eggs. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here to get another egg for us. Yeah, the point distribution is kind of ass, and like me recommending, like my best advice to get the most bang out of your buck to get all the rewards that you possibly can is don't just battle just because if you do it outside of the missions that you have, as we finish yet another box. Hold on, we'll get back to what we're saying in a second. Attack sub speeds down adaptability ability with the often doses off the brave nature. Alright. And we are at a new box. Crazy this. So on a normal match outside of missions, when it comes to Voltage, it only gives you up to 20 points. And you know, you may not know what that means, but basically to get any of the rewards, you would need to get like up to 10,000, maybe even more than that, maybe in the 100,000 range. And you, again, only get 20 points. That's if you win. If you lose, you don't get any of those points. But 20 points is nothing to try to get to 10,000 to 100,000 points. It is absurdly a lot to grind up and stuff. So you want to really focus on the missions is my recommendation, because like the recommendation is like if you go for like these other missions that is worth 100 to 150 to 200 to 250, sometimes even 500 from what I know. I think I could be wrong about that, but from what I remember, I think sometimes there are missions that are worth 500 or 300. I don't recall, but the missions is what you really want to focus on, because if you just do the missions, you'll get like more, you know, more points to factor in your missions. Because for one of the missions, if you're just doing it normally, that's 5 matches, and again, that's only if you win, and that's 20 points, 20 points, 20 points, 20 points, 20 points. Like that's absurdly a lot. So it's just not worth it, to be honest with you. So that's my whole thing. So I don't know. I just never really liked that for shit. So yeah, that's just my recommendation. You just do all the missions, and you could continue playing if you want, but don't do it just for the sake of grinding your points up, because that's just gonna take a very long time. A very long time. So yeah, whenever it's like the missions reset, then just play again, do the missions, and you'll get there in no time. But you won't get all the rewards that easily, even if you wanted to. That's gonna be the hard part, to be honest. The other modes is like, I think Arena, which I have recorded all the videos for that. 11:10. I think even in the beginning of my whole streaming days with Pokemon Xenoverse, I was trying to record that, and I had to do that last second because I didn't really time it right. I kind of lost track of time, but I managed to record as much as I can, so there is that. So I ran out of these, right? Yeah. So it was very interesting, and I really had fun with that mode for sure. But I don't think even with the, as we got 11:11, Make-A-Wish, even with how much I like that mode, I don't remember how the award system is, but I just remember specifically me not being able to buy everything that I wanted in the shop. And again, it just comes down to the whole reward system thing. Now, the whole reason I brought this up is because I wanted to talk about Deadpool Diner. They changed it a little bit. Let me explain how it worked before, pretty much. So, Deadpool Diner, the way it works, you have something called Bubs, pretty much, which is like, you know, it all started because of Deadpool 3, you know, Deadpool and Wolverine, where, like, you know, they have like the best friend token thing is Deadpool and Wolverine on both sides. It's like, you know, just imagine Deadpool's face along with the other side of the face being Wolverine colors with yellow and blue, with like the little I don't know what to call it, marking, like by the eye, like the little blue part, I guess. Like you'll see the Bubs marking on there and shit. So yeah. So every single time that you snap, you increase in Bubs, and it could go pretty crazy, because we're not just talking about like no regular cubes where you start with 1 cube and it goes to 2 and then 4 and then 8 at the max or whatever the hell. Like for Bubs, it could go absurdly, like, you know, from 8 to 16 to 32, 64, 128, etc, etc. It just keeps going, even to the fucking thousands. And every single time you win, like with whatever food category you're on, the food category is basically your ranking of how much you could earn, I guess you could say. And there was at first multiple rankings to deal with. They used to be like 8 dishes or 10 or some shit like that. The amount of bubs that you get, you could go to the next round on the bubs that you could like max out completely, and you get more and more bubs as you go on and progress, as long as you keep winning in there. If you lose, just depending on how much you lose and how much is on stake, pretty much 11-13, it just depends if you're gonna go back down into the ranks into a previous you know, dish, I guess you could say, or you could even be on the same dish because maybe you still have enough bubs to continue, but there's like a prerequisite. Like there could be one dish, for example, that is like the requirement, you need at least 2,600 bubs or something like that. So if you have like 4,000 and you lost that match and you didn't bet all of them, you could still try again and then like get the max out of 2,600 or however many. Sometimes it's more double that, so technically it would be like 4,200, I guess, would be the max out. And then you could proceed to the next dish and next dish and next dish. And then at some point when it gets to the max out version of it, these are still regular battles, might I add. But it's just the snap category of it's what really changed out of all of this. 11-15, because when it comes to Voltage and like Conquest, or maybe not Conquest, Voltage and Arena, there's ban cards. I don't think there's any ban cards for Deadpool Diner. My biggest critique is not only that before you weren't able to get everything. I mean, I think I got pretty close at Deadpool Diner. But my biggest critique of Deadpool Diner is, back then at least, is that there's some food dishes that, you know, has this thing where it's at a plateau where it's not exactly the number that it needs to be, because even if you weren't maxing out all the points, you're gonna be at that same dish for a while, because the next dish after that is like maybe even 3 times as much or even 4 times as much. So it's like kind of an awkward space where you have to be at that dish for a while until you make it to the next dish, because of the weird uphill numbers that it goes to. I don't know if that makes sense, but there's a few instances, like there's at least 2 different dishes that has that, because it has a specific number and then it leaps to a whole different number of the genre. I wish I could remember exactly the numbers of it, but you know, there's a lot of numbers involved with Deadpool Diner. You know, because the max out version is like 2 million or some shit like that. I don't recall, but yeah, it gets pretty absurd. But it was pretty fun nonetheless, you know. Just the fact that, I mean, like I said, these are still regular battles, but the bub effect of it, you know, it really makes it so you feel like a fucking high-risk gambler, I guess, which shouldn't be a good feeling, but that's just how it is, I suppose. Now, the new Deadpool's Diner, because they did change it, they have, I think now 4 dishes, or maybe it's just 3. I should know this information. I think it's just 4. And it's no longer 8 or 10 or however many it was. But let me take the time to look at it so I don't look like a fool doing this. But I miss what the old one used to have, because they had like all these little Easter eggs and stuff in between when passing by the dishes, and I did notice it, so I do appreciate these subtle things they put. But they changed it to not only be shorter for 4 dishes and all that stuff, but the reward system, I feel like, is the biggest loophole I have ever seen when it comes to the shop. Because this is the most they've been able to be given on like getting the most bang out of your buck. And I know I've been using that word a lot, or that phrase. No, but seriously, when I get the award system, like, you don't understand. Like, they had these awards and this shit in the shop every now and then with like, you know, Miss Minutes and like Loki and Beast and Domino with their emotes. And if you don't know, in the shop, it is outrageous how expensive this shit is. Like, absolutely outrageous how expensive all of this is. As I got my day 6 credits, and tomorrow actually will give me a premium, so that's pretty neat. I have to claim my stuff, by the way. But yeah, no, in the shop, all their shit's expensive. We all know this. For people that play Marvel Snap, you guys know how expensive all this shit is. It's really absurd, because it's like there's some packs that are like $100 in real life money, not in-game money. And like, I'm looking at the shop right now. So like, besides the Vibranium offers, which has, you know, has free stuff up until it's like, oh, $5 for like 1 mystery variant and 850 credits, which isn't a lot. I mean, I guess for $5 is fine. But like, I'm looking at the Jim Hammond Human Torch $10 set for just 1 card, a few boosters, and an avatar picture. There's one other thing for 3,500 gold, which is in-game stuff. For an Atuma, Abyss Strikes Back Vincenzo Riccardi variant for 3,000 tokens, an Atuma avatar, and some boosters. There's Arcane Genesis for $50 fucking dollars. Yes, 50 fucking real life dollars. Hold on. Let's see here. That's 11.21. And he has for the Agamotto Andrea Gordino variant, 3,000 gold is the comeback for it, along with 4,000 credits and some boosters. Which, like, really, whenever this stuff is expensive, they kind of try to make up for it for the amount of gold and credits they give you. But I still don't see it worth it. And I think the Agamotto avatar is also along with that deal. But there's the mech with a mouth with the Deadpool mech variant. It's $25 for 3,500 gold. I don't know why this shop keeps resetting. It keeps putting it up on the screen. But 3,500 gold, one distress, one red distress border, 155 Deadpool boosters, and the avatar looking thing. There's $20 for a premium mystery variant and 2,500 credits. Again, a premium mystery variant, so you don't even know what the fuck you're getting by spending $20 on this shit. And then besides that, there's like, you know, everything else in the shop. Every now and then they do like the collector's vault thing, and I don't know. I have hard enough time just saving my gold to go to 800 to get the mystery variant in-game gold. Like, I haven't spent a single dime in this game. And that's what I always do to like rack up to get the daily offer thing, to get the 2,000 and the free premium variant. But it takes me a long time, and like the collector's vault's all like, oh, you could get this super rare golden card for 2,000 gold, and I'm like, bro, I no, like, just no. I don't know what makes you think I got all that much in-game gold, but I can't spend 2,200 or however much it costs. It's just so much. So right now, the premium mystery variant is 800 in-game gold. There's a Rose Beach variant Carnage, which is in the album, and that's what's gonna suck. Eventually I'm gonna have to save up some gold if I do have a card missing in the album that I need to get. I don't know why I just counted just now. I didn't even kill this fucking oddish. Okay, well that's gonna account for this one. Oh god, the impulse of clicking it again is so strong. I'm so glad I just noticed that I clicked on it, because I did that just out of a whim. There's the Michael Ivan variant for Ngl, who is also on the album, I suppose. There's the Max Greg variant of Wolverine, which I do need, but I don't have enough because I have more 495 gold. But it's also on the album. Kim Jacinto variant for Venom, which is... Actually, all these cards are in the albums. Okay, well, that saves me time from saving it. But yeah, Venom for 1,200. There's a In Hyuk Lee variant for X23. I don't know how to say her name. I do apologize. But that X23 always been kind of cool. There's the Flaviano variant for Def. There's a Creative House Pocket variant for Negasonic Teenage Warhead. There's a Max Greg variant for Spider-Man, which these Spider-Man variants are very hard to come across. But I don't have 1,200, so yeah. Let's see here. 1124. And then there's like new avatars and borders that, you know, are for 400, and then like for the borders itself it's like for 300 tokens, but I never really spend it on those very much unless it's like for a reward thing. And then the bonus boosters and such. Let me claim my free tokens before I forget, because I was talking for a while. And then like if you want in-game gold, you could spend real life money to get them, I guess. There's a 30-day gold pass, which means 300 gold now and 50 daily, I guess. So the 30-day gold pass for $5, 1,800 gold in total for $5. I mean, that seems okay, right? Doing the math? I mean, really, you're just getting 18... Wait, no, that's 1,800 in total, so 1,500. Oh, yeah, that's right, because 15... Okay, I just did the math, yeah. So you're basically just getting 300 more than for $5. That's what it feels like. I mean, I guess it's fair, I suppose. I don't fucking know. It says 300 in-game gold is $5. It says 700 gold is $10. 1450 is $20. 2,600 is $35 apparently. 3,850 is $50, and 8,000 gold is apparently $100. So insane that. There's also 1125. There's also $100 for 12,500 credits and 855 boosters for random cards. 250 collection level value apparently. That's not worth $100, I should say, because 12,500. It says the Pro Bundle, which I don't know. I wouldn't spend $100, but like one can make the argument that like 12,500, because you could only get 10,000 credits, and with those 10,000 credits, when you're leveling them up, when you're like, because that's what I always personally do. When I wait till I get 10k, I use those credits to boost up my other cards, like, you know, upgrading them and shit. And through the upgrades, with the what's this shit called? Hold on, let me look at it. With the collection levels, when I'm boosting that up, I always get rewards for that. And I don't know how much 12,000 will get me realistically, because I can't really estimate. I feel like I get like less than 20 things with all that gives me rewards, and a lot of it is just kind of mystery stuff, because you could get like a catchline tagger, like an avatar, or even a card or two. Maybe some extra tokens, maybe, I don't know. So yeah, that's like the only argument. I wouldn't spend $100. That sounds like a good $50 deal if they were being generous, but they're not. So the token section though, a lot of it is for tokens, which is, I don't know, they made it a little bit more fair in the token department, I would say, in my opinion. But some of it's still a little bit off. 1127. So for example, usually new cards goes up to 5,000 to 6,000 tokens, and a lot of the time when you're upgrading your cards, you get up to 3,000 tokens if you know, pass the threshold, I suppose. The Seasonal Series 5 that's currently available is 5,000 tokens. Seasonal Series 4 is 2,500. But that's for like a lower card, I would say. The Collector's Pack, a Series 5 is 4,000 tokens. A Series 4 is 2,000. Series 3 for me is completed, so I can't see how much that is, but interesting nonetheless. One of the Series 5 cards for Esme Cuckoo is 6,000 tokens. A Helion Series 4 is 3,000 tokens. The ultimate variant of Red Skull currently is 5,000, and then an Alive Spotlight variant is 3,500. Let's go 1129. Which I wasn't sure if I was ever going to see these Spotlight variants ever again. I need to claim these tokens for myself though. And if you want to buy token packs, 1,000's for 1,300 gold, 2,500 tokens is for 3,250 gold, 5,000 tokens is for 6,500 in-game gold. There's 8,000 tokens for 10,400 gold, and then 12,000 tokens is 15,600 gold. That's what I should say. And I only got 900 gold available right now. Anyway, the whole reason I brought this up is just to show you how absurd it is, because I do remember a lot of the emotes that they always put in the shop, it's like 2,200 gold in-game, and that's insane. And it is confirmed right now that is four, you know, dinner plates, I guess, whatever you want to call them. It starts with waffles from the Deadpool Diner, and I got 1,045 right now as we body slam this oddish. And I guess they changed it that like bubs are still available to be used. I don't remember if the rewards was always given with nachos, or if it was chimichangas or some shit like that, or maybe chimichangas was a dinner plate. I'm like trying to remember, but it's been a while. But yeah, waffles is here, and then it goes to s'mores with like I don't know why the s'more has a face on it, but it has an arrow between it, and the other s'mores kind of splattered all over the place. And then the next one's spaghetti, and the last one is Hellburger. Now the reward for pretty much basically every single time you snap, and they changed it so like if you snap 3 times throughout the game, and whether you win or lose, that's the important part, because remember when I said voltage, you only get those 20 small ass points only if you win. Now it's different within Deadpool Diner, and that's what's like the biggest loophole of all of this. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. If you snap 3 times, you'll get nachos, which is the currency for the Deadpool Diner shop. And that's the loophole right there. And because there's not that many like dinner plates, you only get up to 4. You can easily make it to the 4th one at Hellburger, where there's 150 nachos available. And they offer those emotes that are super expensive. That's 2,200 and all that. Every now and then the daily rewards, because they rotate out every 8 hours or so. And you could get them for 1,000 nachos. So if you do the math, as I go to the Pokemon Center, if you do the math, 150 nachos every single time you do 3 snaps on Hellburger, you'll easily make it to 1,000 in less than 10 games. Isn't that amazing? Like, just do the math. Just really consider it. 20 points just to make it to 100 is 5 matches. So just to only if you win. So it's not even guaranteed. But like getting close to 10 matches, you know, and you have to win all those matches to get to 200 points, as opposed to like doing 10 matches and guaranteeing that you have 3 snaps every single time. And like, you know, of course, like maybe you will lose, so you'll decrease in like a different one where like, because, you know, just to point out, the first one with waffles, if you get 3 snaps, is 10 nachos or whatever. The second one with s'mores is 20 nachos, and then the third one, spaghetti's, for 60, which isn't that bad, because it's still like, you know, even with 2 matches, that's 120. But like Hellburger, if you keep winning on that, 150, like less than 10 games, you're gonna get past 1,000 pretty easily. And I've been winning a crazy amount of times, and even with losing, I still have enough. And like once you get to a certain point in you know, ranking up or whatever, because you're trying to develop points to win some cards and some other stuff. Because I forgot what it's called. You know, like similar to the Spotlight Cache or whatever, like the collection level thing. The maximum effort rewards. There's certain points where you could get a bub refill upgrade, which has always been a feature in Deadpool Diner, that like every single hour it resets and kind of gives you extra bubs for free in case you run out, that you'll endlessly keep getting more and more bubs, that like if you do enough matches, you'll end up getting like the maximum amount of bubs refreshed. Because for me, I maxed it out and I get 7.5k an hour and 60k max. And the prerequisite for Hellburger is 24.5k. So even if you lose, you get to try at least 2 more times. Like all these maths is in your favor. you get like 3 attempts, and if you even if you lose 2 of the matches, if you win the last one, you get like your bubs reset because you just won that match with 3 snaps. You max it out, and then like you see what I'm saying? You got more and more chances to not fuck up. Even if you're having a bad day, you're able to continue the battle and winning more and more bubs that's within your favor. I almost bought every single emote through this, and again, I'm not spending a single dime, and I haven't even saved up in-game gold at all. So this is quite literally the biggest loophole in all of Marvel Snap that I've seen, that you're getting rewarded for this. Like literally right now, I just opened the Chef's Daily Special and I see Goose with the emote with like the tentacles coming out, which is gross. But I got 1,045 and I could literally spend on it right now, and I'm going to. I'm gonna, well, I don't know if I'm gonna, hold on. And I don't know, at some point I'll do this, but I'll screen record it. I'm not gonna be able to do this live or anything, but maybe eventually I'll cover this. But I'm literally getting Goose as a new emote. Again, in-game. And I've spent everything else. Like, all of this other shit is sold, except for, like, the borders that I haven't paid off for. Actually, no, even still, I paid off all the borders now. Everything else I bought. I'm just waiting for the Chef's Dailies. That's insane. Because the Chef Dailies always rotates, and I think I only got like 1 more to get, and I think it's like the Beast one. That's like the only one that I'm not able to get. Now I got 45 nacho chips left, but I could easily get it back within 10 more matches. And all I have to do is just remember to snap 3 times. And that's like the biggest thing for me. So eventually maybe I'll show this off in Marvel Snap or something, just like when I hop on over or whatever. But that's insane. I don't even know how many emotes I got now. I should probably check. But yeah, I got the Nick Fury emote. That's like, you know, it's the new one that's been kind of sold in the Deadpool Diner's normal shop. And then ever since then, I was able to get Loki, I was able to get Domino, I was able to get Ultron, and I'm trying to remember what else. I'm like, I don't recall. I think that's about it besides Goose. Hold on, let me take a look. And Miss Minutes, I think, right? Hold on. I could look at this right now. Yeah, these are all legit. I got like 6 other emotes. Yeah, Nick Fury, Ultron, Domino, Miss Minutes, Loki, and Goose. I only have like Beast, and I don't even know what else. But that is insane. That is more than insane. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully somebody that has watched this would play, because there's only like 2 days left and 21 hours. So I really don't know how far, if I'm able to get all the shop ones and just like basically do broad daylight thievery, because this is an exploit, bro. They didn't think about this shit at all. They try so hard to be like, oh, this could be a reward, but you have to work really, really hard for it. Or like, you know, one of those Chuck E. Cheese prizes where they put an absurd amount of tickets that you have to win, and it'll take a very long time that you have to spend good money on Chuck E. Cheese games to get those tickets. You know what I'm talking about, is that shit right there. That is insane though. I love that so much. But that's pretty cool. And I'm having a lot of fun with Deadpool Diner. And these next 2 to 3 days, I'm gonna be maxing the fuck out and like doing the most with it. But yeah, without further ado, let's go to TCG Pocket so we could like see the booster packs, 1138, and do what we can. Okay. let's get open one of the booster packs. And today we're gonna be talking about Silent as well. We're gonna be looking at that. As we got a trade in progress. Is this foe yet again? Hold on, let me check. Trade offer received. It is foe. I forgot to tell him that I'm running out of cards. It's a Ngl I'm. I literally just put that card last. Shit, I don't even know what to give him. Fuck. Let me... Shit. Okay, hold on. Let me go to Discord to tell him that I ran out of cards to give him. Actually, you know what? I could do both. Hold on. Hold on. Fuck. Hold on. I need to screen record this. Sorry, it's really hard multitasking. Hopefully it doesn't ask for like a wheezing or some shit. Because I use wheezing in my deck and I'm not totally comfortable giving that away. Okay. Did I count it already? Please tell me I did or didn't. I don't even know. 11:39. I'll look back on this. Okay, let me put that to Discord. Let's put that and let them know. The ones on the wish list, I only have one off. Which other one would you like? Question mark. Nice. Alright. Let's go ahead and continue. Damn, I can't believe September's almost over too. Shit, me, man. Crazy amount. Fuck, I almost forgot. Okay, let me go back to TCG Bucket. I probably did miscount. I probably did count before going to Discord and then I come back or whatever. There's an hour and 25 minutes, which I know I won't be able to finish Silent around that time, but the next pack, I don't even remember what's the next one to open. Oh, also, yeah, Glade EX, somebody traded to me for it, and Raikou EX I just got through the Wonder Pick, like before streaming, which is amazing. 41. So that's pretty neat. So Surskit, Celestia Guardians, I think Lunala was the last one then. Yeah, I think that's the last one. Yeah, Lunala. Okay, so next up is looking like Shiny Revelry. That's the next one. Let's hope to get something good. 11:42. I wish that, like, honestly, that it's so much easier to pop up this emulator without the slowdown. That would be great. Alright, let's see. There is a turned around pack, so let's go for that. Just one of them, which is good. Alright, let's go do this. There's a holographic card at the end. 11:43. Alright, so we got Voltorb, Baniri, we got Team Rocket Grunt, which I did trade away, so I got it back. Gimme Ghoul, and an Alakazam holographic. No new cards, but yeah, that's for what it's worth. Okay, there we go. And that's a Hammer Arm right there. We got Oddish down. 1144. Okay, and yeah, that's for the most part. Did I count it? Fuck. I think I did. I think I just said 1144. Alright, and now claiming the other stuff, we got ourselves 4 extra hourglasses, or wonder glasses, whatever they're considered. Did I just miss my Hammer Arm, bro? Okay, well, we'll wait for that, and then we'll see for ourselves. 1145. Okay. So now, let's go to Silent Pokemon, and hopefully he has more than, I don't know, I never really liked him as a character. I don't know if it's just because of the lack of eyeballs that he doesn't have, or maybe this character, maybe both, because I don't like his character either. It never really truly made sense to me why he lacks eyeballs, by the way. I never understood that. Why is that a design choice? Like, in-game he doesn't... Does he like eyeballs in the games too, or what? There's somebody that put the cut lore of Silent Chilean Crest by Mr. Buddy, which I don't know what that means, but... Silent Anime. Let's go ahead and read about it. Silent, Japanese name Dent, is an A-class Pokemon connoisseur and a former traveling companion of Ash. He made his debut in Triple Leader's Team Threats. Okay. And let's see. In animation, his history, young Silent with his brothers. Pre-series, Silent grew up with his 2 brothers, Chili and Cress, in their hometown of Strighton City in the Unova region. At some point during their childhood, Silent received a Pansage as his first partner Pokemon, while Chili and Cress received Pansear and Panpour, respectively. As we got another Oddish, 1147. Years later, Silent and his brothers became the Strighton gym leaders while also running a cafe together. I thought it was a restaurant. Was it not a restaurant? Okay, well, either way. Pokemon the series Black and White, Silent during a gym battle. Silent debuted... Wait, hold on. Silent debuted in Triple Leader's Team Threats, where he was running errands in Strighton. He was intrigued to see an Axie and remarked that it and Iris seems to be perfect partners, as we got 1148. He then noticed Pikachu and examined it excitingly, having never seen one before. When Ash explained he wanted to challenge the Strighton gym, Silent happily showed them the way. He leads them to a cafe and sits them down at a table. Despite their obvious confusion, after toying with Ash for a bit, Silent reveals that he, along with his brothers Chili and Cress, are the gym leaders at the Strighton gym. Ash introducing their Pokemon to Ash, he and his brothers were shocked to hear he wanted to battle all of them. I kind of wish it was an option. Honestly, I'd rather do a fucking triple battle than them going like, oh, well, you pick the water type, so I'll pick the grass type to go against you. So yeah, I don't like that shit. That's kind of absurd. I've been using the word absurd a lot today, I'm sorry. Let's see here. but they happily accepted his offer. Silent served role as the judge for his brother's battle and finally faced off as Ash's final opponent. Oh, I thought Ash was gonna take them all on at the same time, but alright, 150. After a heated battle with Silent, which carried on to Dream by the yard full, Ash wins and gets the trio badge. After the battle, Silent meets up with Ash at the Pokemon Center and begs him to tell him his battle secrets for future reference as a connoisseur. Which I still don't fully know what a connoisseur is. Like, doesn't he just judge food or something? What does that have to do with battling? Or am I not understanding that correctly? Also, we got to 50 pretty fast. I mean, 15 minutes ago I went to the bathroom. Where was I? Shit. After spending the day with Ash and Iris, Silent decided to accompany them on Ash's journey, serving as the navigation as well as the cook gets revealed in Snivy Plays Hard to Catch. And that's 11:52. Let's see here. In a home for Dwebble, the group encountered a wild Dwebble making its shell. After it was stolen by a group of thieving Dwebbles, Silent sent out his Pansage to follow them. With no luck, with no luck, the group approached the Dwebble with empathy, but this only scared it and caused it to lash out other Pokemon. That's another one for the books, 11:53. It ended up hitting Pansage with a stray rock, which later ended up making him ill. I'm not sure how that would make a Pokemon sick, but alright. Once he recovered, they unsuccessfully attempted to help Dwebble retrieve the shell in a 3-2-1 battle. Silent then hatched a plan to lure the Dwebble away from Pokemon food so that Dwebble to battle them one at a time. The plan was a success and Dwebble urged to be part of Silent's team, who was happy to have it on board. Which, you know, I always kind of saw Silent as a grass type trainer, but like in the anime they kind of stray away from that, but whatever. Silent and Burgundy. Okay. In a Connoisseur's Revenge, Silent revealed that he is an A-class Pokemon connoisseur. That sounds like a self-proclaimed thing and not an actual thing then. After Ash found out a connoisseur shop in Pokemon Mart, or the Pokemart, let's go count this, 11:54. After doing some shopping, Silent and Iris found Ash in a different connoisseur shop belonging to a C-class connoisseur named Burgundy. Burgundy instantly recognized Silent, who stated that he had defeated her in a gym battle sometime before meeting Ash. Oh really? Well, no. Seeking total revenge, Burgundy challenged Silent to a battle to prove she was a better connoisseur. I still don't know what the fuck it is, man. I don't know if am I the only one crazy here or what? So like, I don't know how that would prove if my theory's correct. It's not really a theory, but like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's just judging food, how would beating someone in a battle prove that you're better at picking food than the other guy? Like, what? That's like, oh, let's play rock, paper, scissors to see who's the best athlete. Like, you know, I'm better at playing basketball than you, Michael Jordan. And then being lucky and using scissors when you pick, like, paper or some shit. Oh, yeah, no, it's a fact now. I'm a better basketball player than you. It's just not how it works. Putting Ash's Pokemon on the line, Silent accepted the battle as well as responsibility for whatever might happen to Ash's Pokemon as a result of the battle. Okay. Much to Ash's dismay, however, Silent managed to defeat Burgundy without much trouble, and she decided to start her own journey. As the group was seeing Burgundy off, Silent stepped forward and offered a few words of encouragement to his new rival, who still swore revenge on him and ran off. Well, damn. 11:56. There's a couple characters I kind of didn't even give the light of day when it comes to talking about their rivalry. These eggs are hatching so much faster, by the way. Like, I didn't do any of May's rivals or anything like that. Like, you know, I kind of avoided that, but that's 161. Alright, let's hope that there's another egg available for us. We got about 2 hours and a half, and luckily we do have another egg available. Maybe the time is passing by a lot quicker than I think it is. Maybe that's it, because I don't know, man. It feels... Oh, I didn't even look at the Pokemon. I'm sorry, hold up. I just kind of ran off. Alright, let's take a look. Defense up, special attack down, runaway ability, impish nature, good endurance. Okay. Again, if anybody wants an Eevee, just let me know. Whatever nature Eevee you guys want, or whatever. And there you go. Okay, let's see here. Let's go continue back. I forgot some other people's rivals. Did Brock never really had a rival, did he? So it's kind of interesting that Silent does. And it doesn't feel like a real one, and they just kind of slap Burgundy with the suit and just called her a connoisseur because they want something with Silent, I guess. So I don't know. It's just a storyline I never really gave a fuck about. You know, it doesn't help that I didn't like Silent to begin with. Anyway, he revealed that he was quite a knack for scientifically thinking in a night in the Nakreen City's museum. Oh shit, okay, right, I forgot that okay, that makes sense. At the Egg Hatch, I thought I went to the Pokemon Center, I went straight to Megahorn. As well as a UFO for Elgium. When he, Ash, and Iris witnessed a UFO landing, this led them to the home of Professor Icarus, a scientist in UFO engineering who Silent admires. 1158. Silent showed off some of his skills as a fisherman in Facing Fear with eyes wide open, where he fished a stunfisk out of a lake that was preventing Ash and Oshawott from retrieving a white water herb that would heal their poisoned Pokemon. Using a lure that resembled himself, though Stunfisk put up a struggle, Silent confused it by twirling it around in the air with his fishing rod before it slammed to the ground. This left it unable to battle and he captured it. I forgot about that too, that he got himself a Stunfisk, but I guess with the theme randomly that he's going for, it does kind of feel fine. But yeah. Let's see. Let's go 11:59. I really hope I didn't double count just now because I looked down and looked back up and oh boy. Alright. These skills were put to use again in a fishing connoisseur in a fishy competition when he managed to hook a basculin during a fake fishing competition held by Team Rocket. Okay. 1160. In the reunion battles of Nimbasa, Silent signed up to participate in the club battle tournament in Nimbasa town along with his friends. He also reunited with Burgundy, who was still determined to get a revenge. It was revealed that his first opponent would be Trip, and their battle began in the next episode. He chose Dwebble to go up against Trip's Girder, initiating all of Dwebble's skills. Silent was able to defeat him and advance to the second round of the competition. Much of Burgundy's dislike in the club battle of Hearts of Fury, Mulga vs. Sock. His second round opponent was Luke. Silent chose Stunfisk to go up against Luke's Larvesta and lost, thus knocking Silent out of the tournament. I think I misread the part where, like, you know, upon Burgundy's dislike, but I think it's because Silent was able to defeat him and advance to the second round of the competition. I thought Burgundy was a girl. It's a dude? Wait, what? Or were they talking about him as in Silent? Hold on. It was revealed that his first opponent would be Trip, and their battle began in the next episode. He chose Dwebble to go up against... please tell me I didn't count it already. I'm gonna level 61 this shit. Sorry, I got totally distracted. I swear on everything, if I skim through and I see that both these times that I noticed, I wasn't sure if I counted it or not, and I actually did, I'm gonna be very upset with myself. Dwebbles to go up against Trip Skirter, initiating all of Dwebble's skills. Silent was able to defeat him and advance to the second round of the comp. Oh, yeah. They weren't referring to Burgundy as a dude. So, yeah. Silent beat Trip, apparently, and Burgundy just simply didn't like that. So, yeah, then Luke had a Larvesta that beat Silent out of the tournament. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Silent wearing his conductor hat, I guess, and it's just a picture of many conductor things like street lights and shit like that in this picture, 1162. And like cameras and watches and meters and tickets and whatever that is, pincer, I guess, or ticket holes. Ticket pinchers, probably, I don't know. In Crisis from the Underground Up and Battle for the Underground, Silent revealed that he has an extensive knowledge of trains and had once met Emmett and Ngl at a train convention. He even donned a black conductor's hat similar to Ingo's. Later, when Team Rocket had stolen all of the Pokemon at the Pokemon Center, let me go increase the count, 1163. Silent uses his knowledge to become a... Wait, hold on. Did I say that right? Later, when Team Rocket has stolen all the Pokemon at the Pokemon Center, Silent uses his knowledge to become a major asset to Emmett and Ngl and help rescue the stolen Pokemon. Okay. In Lost at the Stamp Rally, Silent competed in the Subway Boss's Stamp Rally for a chance to battle either Ngl or Emmett. Next, we got another one. Also, I still don't really am fully clear if like Ngl or Emmett's like all alone, because like one of them is in the past now. So yeah. Hopefully they don't make it a thing that the other brothers in the future, because they're gonna overcomplicate that story if they do that. Just please don't tell me that's the case, and like whole different regions and everything. He collected all the stamps except for one, though regardless, the Subway bosses agreed to have a tag battle against Silent and Ash as thanks for saving the Nimbasa Subway network from Team Rocket earlier. In a call for brotherly love, Silent was able to meet up with his brother Chili. Chili told him that he came to view the progress of his studying and immediately asked him for a battle, to which Silent accepted. He was easily able to defeat Chili's Pansear with his Pan Stage, which provoked a fight between the high-temp Pokemon and its trainer. He later learned from Crest that Chili had run away from the gym because he criticized his battling style. Silent decided that he would help Chili find his own battle style, while Crest said that Chili needs to focus on the offense. Wait. Well, okay, hold on. 65. Hold on. Silent decided that he would help Chili find his own battling style. While Crest said that Chili needed to focus on offense so much and focus more on defense. Silent thought it would be better for him to continue to focus on his offense under the premise of a good offense is a good defense. He believed that teaching Panseer Solar Beam would be a good way to Panseer defend itself against water types, and they successfully learned the move with the help of a Pansage. Okay, 1166. See, the problem with that logic is that it's gonna take a turn unless he's sunny days, but regardless, it doesn't really change the fact that he's gonna take a turn to use it. So yeah. In Silent takes flight upon seeing that ScarKnight was not exercising her job as a gym leader properly. He decided to battle her. Hold on, let me go use this right quick. Let's see here. Where was I? So yeah, upon seeing that ScarKnight was not exercising her job as a gym leader properly, he decided to battle her. After seeing that her air battle system was only trusting in type matchup, let's go like this, 1167. When she told him that she was going to win, he puts his effort after his previous experiences where types didn't tell the outcome of the battle. However, as she had predicted, he lost the battle, leaving Ash to attempt in making her have a change of heart, in which he succeeded. In the club explosion begins, Silent entered the club explosion that has held in Ambiga's town battle club. He was able to defeat Flora in the first round, but lost to Stefan in the second, much to Burgundy's delight. Silent as a detective. This is a picture of him zooming in into his non-eyeball eyeball. With his hat and stuff like that. Anyway, in Clash of the Connoisseurs, he was hired by Mr. Hatterley along with Ricard Novu, another A-class connoisseur, in order to choose Mr. Hatterley's daughter first Pokemon. I still don't understand what makes him a A-class anything. Like, when did he become a connoisseur? Like, while he's a gym leader? Like, who claimed him to be that? And why is Burgundy C? Is C the lowest one? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Silent and Ricard didn't come to an agreement due to both having different points of view, and a duel between both connoisseurs ensued. Even though Ricard's premium brand was the Pokemon of Silent's Phobia, a Purloin, Silent remained victorious. He then revealed to Mr. Hatterley that he had found out that his daughter has already befriended a Pokemon, a fungus, and convinced him that this would be the best partner for his daughter. Okay, so let's go 1170. In Piplup Pansage and a meeting of the times, shortly after arriving at Cynthia's villa in Undella Town, Silent asked to battle Dawn, as he wanted to evaluate a Pokemon that had been raised by a coordinator. He chose to use his Pansage against Dawn's Piplup, and was surprised to see his strategies being encountered and used against him. Let's go like this, 1171. During the battle, Silent gave an evaluation of Dawn's bond with Piplup, saying that he could sense that the two were friends by the way Piplup used his moves. The battle was eventually interrupted by Meloetta. And jostling for the Junior Cup, Silent entered the Pokemon World Tournament Junior Cup, as we got another one for the books, 1172. He managed to defeat Shepherd and Horatio in the first and second rounds respectively, assuring his progression to the semifinals. There he faced off against Trip, using his Crustle against Trip's superior. Despite his efforts, Silent ended up being defeated and was eliminated from the tournament. That's the second fucking time he got eliminated by Triple alone, bro. 1173. Silent, Ash, and Iris. In a surface to an air tag battle team, Silent and Ash battled brothers Soren and Rocco in a tag battle and won the match. Afterwards, the brothers began blaming each other for the loss, so Silent provided a connoisseur evaluation and concluded that they needed to catch some water Pokemon. Rocco and Soren soon caught themselves a Corphish and Weasel, respectively, and immediately started working on the new battle combinations. 1174. Why is this? I don't understand why this is part of. What does this have anything to do with Silence? I don't understand Bulbapedia sometimes. They just pick random storylines that just include Silent, but it like progresses nothing. It's just, oh, they had a double battle, and that's it. Like, the other team just had a better idea what to do now. What does that have to do with fucking Silent? Like, he won the match, okay, and 1175. At least that's what I imagine. It's like Soren and Corphish. Or Soren and Rocco, sorry. In Farewell Unova, setting sail for new adventures, Silent and Ash and Iris travel to Decoloro Islands as he means to travel to Ash home in Pallet Town. The gang was tricked into giving their Pokeballs to Team Rocket, however, eventually they got them back by the end of the episode due to Oshawott freeing them. And that's 1176. In Silent and the case of the Purloined Witness, Silent tried to investigate the person who stole the gem of the gem collector, Mrs. Ripple. He eventually deduced that the thief's identity as TQ. I don't know who the fuck that name is. It's Teaque, a competitor of Ash in the Marine Cup tournament. Silent's evaluation time is just Silent with his hand out, with his other arm, hands on his hip, I guess. I don't fucking know. I ran out of that, okay. And the journalist from another region, Silent and the group met up with Alexa, a journalist from the Kalos region, visiting the Decoloro Islands to research local festivities on the islands. Alright, let's count for that. 57, or 1177, that's what I meant. While in Harvest, Silent on the... Man, I fucking hate those sentences. Oh, okay, so research local facilities on the islands while in Harvest Island. On the island, the group entered a Pokemon Sumo tournament, which Silent entered Pansage in. Pansage won in the beginning round, but was eventually defeated. After this, Alexa and the group decided to travel together throughout the rest of the adventures in Decoloro Island. I don't know how to say that name. But 1178. In surviving of the Strighton Gym, Chili and Crest called Silent, asking him to come to Paladin Island. There he learned that Morana had defeated both Chili and Crest and threatened to take over the Strighton Gym. Who the fuck's Morana? Okay. 1179. It doesn't seem like Silent, Crest, and Chili are good gym leaders. Like, sure they be Burgundy, but it's kind of established that Burgundy's not good, considering it's C rank. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not good. Morana. So maybe Morana should have took over the gym. No, it probably didn't happen. I only seen a few Black and White episodes. I have not seen this one, but I imagine Morana didn't get it, considering Black 2 and White 2 would have mentioned something. In order to protect the gem, Silent battled her Abomasnow with Pansage. After defeating her, she told Silent that she will win next time and departed. How the fuck did Pansage beat Abomasnow, bruh? That's insane. 1181. I wonder what's the craziest upset in Pokemon, just in general. It's probably Pikachu and Rhydon, right? Like, there's no world where Pikachu could beat a Rhydon even with the Iron Tail connecting. Like, Rhydon just wins with the Earthquake 100% of the time, right? I'm not sure. Silent briefly considered returning to the gym to protect it from people like Marana, but Chili and Crest encouraged him to continue traveling. And best wishes until we meet again. When the group arrived in Kanto, Silent and Iris decided that they will stop traveling with Ash. Silent decided to travel to Johto to compete in the Old Rod Fishing Rally that was being hosted by Mr. Briny from the Hoenn region. He also decided to start anew as a connoisseur. As such, he chose to travel with Iris on the magnet train and then set forth to the competition once in Johto and to start anew. Silent appeared in Ash's fantasy in the Dream Continues. And hold on, let me go ahead and do this right quick. 1182. In BWS01, after parting ways with Iris and Silent meeting up with Brock, together they successfully quelled a rampaging Gyarados and stopped a Pokemon hunter named Amber. Am I just not in the grass? I gotta say, what the fuck? Amber, Amar, I'm not really sure how to say that name. A-M-E-R. Amer. Maybe it's Amer. By the end of the episode, however, neither were introduced to each other or knew that Ash was a mutual friend of theirs. The Brocks? That's insane. That's almost rude. Ash should have introduced them to each other, I guess. Pokemon the series X and Y. Silent appeared again in XYS06. He was shown to have traveled to the Kalos region to participate in a fishing tournament in Lumio City. So Lumio City had a fishing competition. Alright. 1184. Where was I? Fuck. During which he met Clement and Bonnie. When Silent revealed that he would like to visit the Prism Tower, Clement and Bonnie agreed to accompany him there. On Silent's suggestion, the three decided to take the subway to the tower, but Bonnie ended up boarding a runaway train alone. Clement and Silent managed to stop the train and rescue Bonnie with the help of Clement's special lure. His Apom arm and Silent's fishing skills. They later send out Pansage. Wait, what? With the help of Clement's special lure, his Apom arm, and Silent's fishing skills, they later send out Pansage and Chessman to battle an Electros, who has been causing the subway problems before realizing it was lost and sick from electrical overcharge. Let's see, 1185. After helping the Electros, Silent heads off to Shalor City to visit the Tower of Mastery. And then it's the Pokemon Journey, the series. Silent in the Pokemon and Journey, the series is just Silent having his face open for some reason, with the sunset in the background. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. 1186 though. There's not really much to say, it just looked like he was just in mid-talking. Silent reappeared in several flashbacks of Thrash of the Titans. In Radio Lull, The Mischievous Stars, it was revealed that Silent had become a listener of Team Rocket's new radio show, which he sent a letter to using the Facidionym Radio Connoisseur. That's fucking annoying. Okay. I don't know what pseudonym means. Facidionym. I never seen that word like that. By the context clues, is a different name, I guess. In Partners in Time, Silent appeared alongside Brock and Alexa watching Ash's Masters Day tournament match against Leon. It must be our heroes and the witch. Hold on, let me go do that. 1188. Silent reunited with Ash and Brock and met Misty. After seeing that Brock was depressed, Silent suggested that the group go to a nearby forest. But Brock was mind-controlled by a wild Hatterene. While trying to free Brock from mind control, the group befriends a wild Hatena. So 1189. Whenever I'm quiet like that, it's because I'm like trying to transition it back and forth, in case you couldn't tell. And we're briefly controlled by Hattering's powers as well. Silent found himself trapped in illusions with Ngl I'm. When Brock finally freed himself from Hattering's powers, Silent said goodbye to the group and revealed that he was returning to Unova to participate in a gastronomic event created by Ngl I'm. Did they ever specify what that is? I never seen the word gastronomic. Is that like gigantic as a word, or gastronomic, like, or is it like, I don't know, food related? I'm not really sure what that means. They've been, that's two words that I don't know within the same section of the paragraphs. Other appearances though, Silent made a cameo appearance in the ending of credits of I Choose You. So yeah, now we're at the character section with Silent, like with the apron on his bottom half, cooking something, stirring the pot, and for some reason closing his eyes. What's the point of even having eyelids if you have no eyeballs? Is protecting just his iris? What the fuck? And that's the irony of all this, like, he lacks eyeballs but he has an iris, but he also has, like, you know, because Ash is along with iris, so like, that's kind of where I'm leading to with this non-joke, but yeah. But yeah, Silent making lunch is what the thing says. Silent tends to use the phrase, it's, verb time. It's something time. Okay. When addressing a special scenario, such as when he evaluates Pokemon in human relations, he says, it's evaluating time. Silent fucking sucks. 1192. My apologies, I know. Okay, so in the dub, it's evaluating time. In the dub, it's tasting time. In the original, during gym battles in the dub, he will use the phrase, it's time for the battle to be served. Oh, he's so corny. When catching a Pokemon, he uses the line, it just says a bunch of characters in the original. Okay. I don't know why not everybody speaks Japanese, so I don't see what's the point of putting the characters there. He has used different phrases for catching Pokemon in the dub, however. Like Brock, he has proved himself to be a good cook as he prepares meals for the group. And he also has a very broad knowledge about Pokemon. Silent also navigates the group on their journey through use of his town map. Much like Max, who had a Pokemap, and Brock, who had maps and a Pokegear. As a Pokemon connoisseur, he can read into people's personalities and often finds the best ways to approach them. He's patient and caring towards Ash and Iris, often offering them advice when they don't know what to do. While he has been shown to lose his temper, let me count that right quick, 1194. He quickly moves on and will go out of his way to make up for it. He tends to be an optimist, looking at things positively rather than wallowing in defeat. While the Silent, after catching a Pokemon, it's just Silent that looks like he just snapped his fingers and just looking at the camera with his other hand having a Pokeball. 1195, and like the background's kind of like pinks, purples, yellows, and like, I don't know, very soft lighting, Easter colors. Almost sunset colors, like. He is also shown to be afraid of the paranormal, which has made him a skeptic, preferring to find logical, scientific explanations for everything. But when he can't find a logical explanation, he's typically the first to flee. And we got 1186. His love for science is later emphasized upon encountering a possible UFO sighting, which leads to him meeting one of his mentors, Professor Icarus. Silent also has a passion for sleuthing and will sometimes play detective. Am I saying that word right? Sleuthing? Slouthing? 1187. He even has a special hat that he wears and a magnifying glass, but he does more than just play as he was able to draw conclusions and come up with his ideas in order to find the missing I don't know and where did you go I don't know. Okay. And let's go count this. 1188. In Purloin, Sweet, or Sneaky, it was revealed that Silent also has a fear of Purloin. He stated that one of them did something terrible to him, which he refused to talk about as he didn't want to remember it. In Silent and the case of the Purloin Witness, Silent overcame his fear a little bit. 1199. Fuck, I already forgot where I was at. Hold on, let me try to remember where I was. After I killed this Oddish at least, let me go ahead and do that. That's 1200, nice. 1200 Oddishes. In Purloin, Sweet, or Sneaky, it was revealed that Silent also has a fear of Purloin. He stated that one of them did something terrible to him, which he refused to talk about as he didn't want to remember it. In Silent and the case of the Purloin Witness, Silent overcame his fear a little bit, but never truly got over it. The reason for his fear is unknown, although he has told Ash and Iris about it. He, like his brothers, often speaks about Pokemon in relation to their element. In Silent's case, leaves and herbs. All the brothers tend to use hands positions like rock, paper, scissors. Silent emphasizes words using his fingers. That doesn't narrow it down for me. Why? What? None of that shit made any sense. I don't get it. Did I run out of moves, by the way, or am I tripping? None of what I read made any sense with that last paragraph. Because Pokemon in relation to their element. So Silent is with leaves and herbs, but I also thought it's because he has green hair, and that Chili had red hair, and Crest has blue hair. That's just kind of my assumption, you know? So saying herbs and leaves doesn't... I thought... Like I said, I didn't realize it was a cafe. I always kind of just assumed that they were just restaurant waiters. So I wasn't totally sure with that. So I thought that they all cooked. I thought that's what a connoisseur was. It's just critiquing foods and shit like that. So he just, as an A-class connoisseur, he just criticizes whatever shit possible. So don't they all deal with leaves and herbs too? Like, you know, if they've been asked to cook coffee, and Silent and Chili also still use water, and, you know, Silent and Crest still use fire to a degree while cooking. Like, none of that shit makes sense, just because they're, I don't know. Pokemon. Silent's current party is, I see Pansage, Stunfisk, and Crustle, and they're kind of, it's kind of like an over-the-shoulder camera view of it from the top-down position, almost diagonally. During this time running the Siren Gym with his brother, Silent usually specializes in Grass-type Pokemon. 203. However, he diversifies during his travels with Ash, noticeably catching Pokemon that are strong against opponents that have the advantage over grass types, such as Crustle and Stunfisk, who are both strong against fire and flying type Pokemon. I guess just because he does that, that doesn't mean that he's solely fixated on one Pokemon that is strong against. And plus, even in the games, dude, like, in the beginning, he only has one grass type, so he's not even a grass type trainer. So it's like, what are they talking about? 1204. Like, if anything, doesn't it create more weaknesses? Because, like, you know, I feel like a Gliscor is a huge problem with all of them. A Gliscor could completely wipe out Silent's team if you think about it. He has flying moves, he's immune to electric, you know? Yeah, he's just screwed, unless they have hidden power ice or some shit. Although he doesn't do a lot of training with this Pokemon, they seem they seems to be capable battlers. I don't know why they worded it that way. They made it very awkward. 1205. As they have helped Silent in the many tournaments he participated in. Then this listings of Silent's known Pokemon and Pokemon series on hand is Pansage, Dwebble Crustle, and Stunfisk. And that's it. He released a Basculin that's blue striped. Okay, well, it's a bit fucked up, Silent, just because you thought you were going to fishing competition and realized that it's not real, to just give it away. The fuck? In a fishing connoisseur in a fishing competition, Silent, during a fake fishing competition hosted by Team Rocket, hooked a blue striped Basculin and battled it with his Pansage. Basculin fought well, but it was quickly defeated by Pansage's Solar Beam. Silent promptly caught it in a fishing Pokeball and handed it to one of the contest officials for judging. As we got another one, that's 1207. Later on, Team Rocket took all the competitors' caught Pokemon and attempted to escape with them. However, a female Fearless managed to release all the caught Pokemon, including Basculin. Basculin no moves are Water Gun, Bite, and Aqua Tail. So you mean to tell me that Silent didn't even release it? It was the Fearless that did it for them. That's so fucked. Alright, temporary Terrakion in Kyurem versus the Swords of Justice. After Keldeo's battle against Kyurem, Silent temporarily rode on Terrakion when the full court was collapsing. Does that count? Just because you're like getting a ride from a Pokemon, that doesn't mean that's yours, bro. Like, I wouldn't even say it's temporary. That's just like an alliance. But that could be included with literally every Pokemon, and I don't think that should be counting for a Pokemon that belongs to you. I don't know. That shit don't make sense to me. 1208. And I was saying that I was watching M&J TV's, you know, videos and such, and you know, sometimes when he explains stuff, how come he chose not to do something, I feel like he always explains it very well. Like, you know, when the reason why he's not counting so and so whatever for whatever video, it always does make sense to me when he breaks it down. 1209. So, like, you know, the same logic as him, I feel like he also wouldn't count this either. Like, Michael would just look at it, so like, just because you're riding a Pokemon, you know, okay, for example, if I was stuck in a cave, the cave is collapsing, and then there's a Rhyhorn nearby, it's like, oh shit, yeah, let's get out of the way. And maybe Rhyhorn's not the best example because he's gonna be a bit slow, but he gives me a ride out of the cave, and then that's it. Just because I was, you know, on Rhyhorn, that doesn't mean that he belonged to me. Just my dumbass was in the way, so he's trying to get me out of the way. Like, I don't know. But yeah. Oh, I already read that part. Okay, let's go scroll more. And that's basically all of Silent's Pokemon in the anime. Silent has competed... Oh shit, I thought I saw something. Silent has competed in the following Pokemon competitions: Club Battle Top 8, where it is the Club Battle Hearts of Fury, Emolga vs. Sock, Harvest Festival Battle Competition, Unknown, and Pokemon the Movie White Victini, Zekrom, and Black Victini and Reshiram. Let's go 1211. Let's see here. Subway Boss's Stamp Rally, he is the winner of that, lost at the Stamp Rally. Wishing Bell Festival, 5th, Climbing the Tower of Success. Oh, I ran out. Okay. Club Explosion, top 8. A Club Explosion of Excitement. Pokemon World Tournament Junior Cup, top 4. Battling Authority once again. As we got 12-12. Make a Wish, I don't fucking know if I... Alright, whatever. We're Battle Authority once again was the top 1, right? Okay, Pokemon Sumo Tournament top 16, the journalist from another region. Okay. And then they're talking about main outfit. I'll talk about the main outfit, but I'm gonna skip over the costumes if you don't mind, because I'm not good at sit here and talk about Silent's other clothes that he likes to try on. So yeah, no thank you. Main outfit. Silent usual outfit is identical to his game's counterpart, consisting of a white shirt, a black and gray vest with gold buttons, a green bow tie, black pants held up with a brown belt, and brown shoes. However, unlike his game counterpart, he does not always wear his apron, instead putting it on occasionally when cooking. Let's go ahead, 12-14. He also includes a brown backpack to store his belongings. Silent can be seen without his vest and dazzling the Nimbasa gym where he was at a Pokemon Center. So yeah, like I said, the other outfits, no thank you, I'm skipping, but I'll point out the pictures, which always my least favorite part, just talking about, just describing it. It's just easier if you just look at Bulbapedia with me, but Ash and Silent in their pajamas, looking at Iris and Pansage's there and Pikachu's there. It's just like a light green shirt along with like regular gray pants for some reason with brown shoes. So it's a bit weird. And then Ash just has a blue shirt and blue shorts. So yeah, 12-15. Okay, Silent in his pajamas again, except it's a closer look at it while he's seated in his pajama bag. I don't know what that thing I'm looking at. It's something orange that Silent's like looking all weird at. But he has like a weird green-gray stripe along his arm. So there's that as well. Silent with his apron on, you know, this is exactly what it sounds like while he's preparing for the dishes, because Pansage holding the ladle and the plate in his hand. Silent swim trunks. He's yellow swim trunks. What else could I say? And then there's also Ash with his red with the blue string shorts, and then Iris with the pink Flintstones dress with the pink bow, I guess, or like a hot pink magenta bow. I'm not sure what it is. And then there's also Pikachu, Oshawott, and Axew. I don't know where Pansage is, though. I'm not sure what this other marker is either. It just looks like Meloetta, the fighting type one. I'm not sure why it's there. Unless it's like the credits. Silent as a detective is the one exactly I said earlier, that he's just looking through the eyeglass despite him not having that at all. Silent as a pirate, so yeah, he has a mustache with it along with like a black, red, and gold suit and like a purple vest. You know, the jacket and boots and such. Silent in his mask and cape. It's just an orange mask with the white cape, exactly what it sounds like. Everything else is pretty much the same with the suit. Silent as an interrogator. Good luck with that, you're not intimidating for shit. But he has like a beige, yellow? I'm not sure what that color is to call it. But he has one of those jackets. And it's like Meowth in the background, and I don't know what else. I think it's like a Scrafty or some shit. Silent is a Metro connoisseur, which we already seen that picture of. Silent without his vest is exactly what it sounds like. It's still a white shirt and green bow tie. Silent in a promotional artwork for the Pokemon musical. I've talked about this when we talked about Cyrus. Silent's in a white suit and light blue bow tie. But Iris is like, you know, in hot pink, like jacket with the red bow and then the black skirt with like a pink bow on it. So yeah, 1217. And it's like in the musical or whatever, but yeah, Galtitza's there along with Axu, who actually has a hat on, like a top hat. Also, Silent also has a top hat, but he's holding it with his hand, extending it out. Silent has slippers in Silent versus Trip, Ash versus Georgia, and that's also exactly what it sounds like. I don't know why this isn't the outfit section at all. This one's a bit disturbing, but pretty much the next one is Silent dressed up as Elisa, and you could tell it's Silent because of his fucking eyes, the lack of eyeballs and everything, but it's the black and white Elisa. Silent dressed up as Elisa and climbing the Tower of Success. Silent and Ash cross-dressing in beauties, battling for pride and prestige. Exactly what it sounds like. It's just a blonde wig with red roses on top, and yeah, that's Silent with the pink dress and the rose by his like white collar, I guess, and then Ash is next to him with the pinkish magenta rose color wig with yellow bow ties on both ends, I guess. 1219. You could tell this is hard for me to describe. And then like a blue dress with a pink bow with the white collar. At least we're finished with that section. I really need to drink something. Hold on. I ran out of the drink. Fuck. Okay, so there's a lot of artwork here. A lot of poses from just Silent standing with Pansage, sometimes Silent standing on his by himself. There's another picture with him with the white outline next to Pansage. So it's not really much to say. There's no really point to pointing those out on like what exact poses they are. 1220. But the other ones are more interesting. Artwork from After the Story is like, I don't know who's the two at the top, but I see Brock on the left in like a radio thing, and then Silent hearing something on his earbuds along with Pansage. Maybe I should know the characters from the top left, because I don't know. And that artwork from After the Story is all the chibi characters like that accompanied with Ash that I mentioned before. That artwork from After the Story with just Silent holding a box and Pansage right next to him, and he's saying something in Japanese. In the manga movie adaptation, Silent appeared in the White Victini and Zakom Kairon versus the Sword of Justice and Genesect and The Legends Awaken, serving the same roles as the films. Pokemon Journeys comics, Silent in the Pokemon Journeys. Silent appeared in the flashback in Thrash of the Times where Ash was telling Go about his travels with Iris and Unova. As we got 1221. And this Pokemon is just Pansage from what it looks like. We're at the trivia page now. Oops. There you go. Silent's special lore. It just kind of reminds me of like the Russian dolls, just more, you know, has Silent's hair and 2 green dots for eyes because he doesn't have eyeballs, if you remember, with the suit and green bow tie. Except like the suit is just all black. There's no like extra white to it except for like what's underneath the bow tie, if that makes sense. Silent, along with Iris, was first revealed in silhouette in the preview for the Pokemon the Series Black and White that aired after DP 183 in Japan on July 1st, 2010. The two were revealed in fully. The two were revealed in. Damn it! It just the page just shit itself. Okay, hold on. I'll be right there. Okay, I think I found it. The two were revealed in full exactly 1 month later during a trailer on Pokemon Sunday. Silent is the only one of Ash's male friends to have a female rival, to have a fear of specific Pokemon, namely Purloin, which wasn't ever specified, and I hate when they have those parts in the story and never really goes any fucking where. Like, I that shit. Silent is the first of Ash's male friends to not have a traditional Japanese name in the original version of the anime series. I said Den, right? I don't know. It's not. I don't know. That's like Harvey Dent. It's like that's a last name, I guess. Silent is... Never mind, I almost read the same thing. In the game, Silent can only be battled against the Shrine Gym if the player chooses Oshawott as their first partner Pokemon. Notably, Ash has obtained Oshawott from Juniper as his first out of the Unova first partner Pokemon. Hold on. And used them in the gym battle against Silent. The same thing also happened to Burgundy, as she battled him once with an Oshawott. Wait, hold on. I feel like I'm misreading a shit ton. Okay, in the game, Silent can only be battled at Strighton Gym if the player chooses Oshawott as their first partner Pokemon. Notably, Ash has obtained Oshawott from Juniper as his first out of the Unova first partner Pokemon, as we got another one. 1223. And used them in his gym battle against Silent. The same thing also happened to Burgundy, as she battled him once with an Oshawott. Burgundy had an Oshawott? That's interesting. Silent is the last of Ash's friends to physically appear in the main series following his retirement from the main cast. Prior to his cameo in Partners in Time, his only reappearances have been in special episodes. Silent took 426 episodes to reunite with Ash following his departure from the main cast, the longest amount of time for any of Ash's former traveling companions. Silent is the only one of Ash's traveling companions introduced outside of the original series to physically appear in the Pokemon to be a Pokemon Master mini-series. And that's 1224. And that's pretty much it, I would say. Yeah, that's all of Silence talk. Sorry. And as I said before with the short that I saw, it was Eevee and Friends when it comes to the movie, because every single time I were to talk about the movies and such, like I would always talk about like a character of that generation to talk about. And it's sad that we're not going to be able to cover Trip or anything like that, because I forgot about him. But like regardless, there's like a handful of black and white characters to use. And I guess I could have used it, but I took the time to use Jesse and James to talk about the entire series. For 15, and then 16 was Iris, and then... Wait, no, 14. 14 was Jesse and James, 15 was Iris, and then 16 was Silent. But, I mean, it's okay. I don't know, we're not going to be able to do every character that we would like to. I'm not sure how far we're going to realistically get with X and Y. Because there's a lot more characters on there, and I feel like there's far less movies on there. I wouldn't be too surprised if there was just 3, but considering there's Serena, Clement, Bonnie, but then there's also Tierno, and then the rest of that group, because you know they're like a total of 5 or whatever the fuck it is. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of a lot. 1226. But yeah. Whatchamacallit though, we'll see. For Sun and Moon, I'm still not totally clear. I don't know if he travels with Mallow, or if it's just like, just go, and then like that one girl that has the Eevee. Because I didn't even know about her. I knew that Go was accompanying him, but I wasn't sure about the other girl, so I don't know anything about her. Because I just barely found out about her like within this stream series. I was like, oh, I didn't realize she traveled with them. Because I have seen like an Eevee hanging around with Ash. Maybe I kind of slipped my mind. Maybe I thought she was like a character that has nothing to do with the group. So maybe that's why? I don't know. But we're pretty close on getting our next pack. 1227. And yeah, again with like Eevee and friends, it makes sense why the short is here with like the 16th movie, because this is black and white basically closing and X and Y opening into the next chapter, which is showing Mega Evolutions, because they showed Mega Mewtwo Y, and in this short, this is their first introduction to Sylveon, because Sylveon was technically the first X and Y Pokemon introduced, unless there was something else that they introduced, you know, way before that, as far as I know. All I know is X and Y, Sylveon is the first Pokemon that I've seen. So yeah, a lot of people were pretty hyped over that, you know, because that was also the first introduction to fairy typing. So that was a huge deal at the time. And the thing is, it doesn't, I don't know, this Eevee, the Pikachu short doesn't really feel like it fits. I feel like this Eevee and Friends, it's a great short. It really is. It's a pretty good short. I don't think it fits the narrative of the 16th movie though. It doesn't really have the same feel to it. It feels like X and Y, and you know, Genesect versus Mewtwo still feels like black and white pretty much, like in Black 2 and White 2 and all that stuff. And despite there being a Mega Evolution, it still feels like closer to a Unova movie than anything else. So the feeling kind of conflicts, like the styles kind of clash here. So I don't know which short to like come off, like just out of the top of my head, like what idea I could go for, to be honest with you. So I'll see for myself what we could do. Okay. But I mean, if we were to have an idea, I don't know, there's some stuff to consider. You know, some holidays to cover too. Should we focus on holidays? 12:30. Because like, what else do we have left? You know, we already covered New Year's. We didn't cover Valentine's Day. Is Valentine's Day, is it that time to finally cover that in black and white? And another thing too, with like when it comes to black and white, do we just stick with Unova Pokemon? Like, are we allowed to expand because it is Black 2 and White 2? 1231. Because like early black and white, you know, that some of the people, it's been like a known thing that, you know, Silent basically shat himself when he saw Pikachu for the first time, you know. They never seen any Pokemon besides Unova Pokemon, so that's just kind of like the important thing to think of. So yeah, there's Valentine's Day, because that would fit pretty well here. There's also St. Patrick's Day. We already covered Easter. We have yet to cover Mother's Day or Father's Day, and I have no idea if we could join them together. I'm not sure, just to make it a parents thing. Because Mother's Day is a lot easier to work with, believe it or not. Father's Day, I'm gonna have to like pull shit out of my ass to think about it. I almost ran from this thing, that's why I did that. And we did 4th of July, and we did Halloween, and we did Thanksgiving, and Pokemon basically already did Christmas multiple times, so I think we should do Valentine's Day, because Genesect versus Mewtwo has such a purple feel to it that like Valentine is like pink, purple, and black. Like I said, I think in color, so that's just kind of what I think of at the top of my head. So yeah, 1233. Ideas what we could do about this Pikachu short. So I'll talk about my experience with Valentine's Day, and I know it might be different from other people's, so there's that. Let's do Body Slam. And literally my first thought with it, and we got 1234, 1, 2, 3, 4. My immediate first thought is Baneri and Pikachu. Like that's just kind of what I think of. But I don't know if we should do that. But we'll try to make things work. So yeah, we'll see what we could do. 1235. Okay, let me just talk about my experience with Valentine's Day and stuff like that. So as a kid, what we used to always do is that, like, you know, back then in school, whenever we got, like, you know, like papers or whatever that needs to be having individual, you know, brochures or whatever the fuck, basically our mailbox, there's always a kid that organizes it and puts their, you know, their mail into their specific cubby holes, because there's this giant box with our names on it or our number or whatever the hell. Because, you know, sometimes it would be based on our last name, so if your last name is with the S or something like that, you're gonna be, you know, in the late teens, I guess, if that makes sense. Because since all the students, because there's usually roughly around 20 students or something, that it will always go by alphabetical order. So, you know, anything past the letter J, you're more likely after the number 10, if that makes sense. So sometimes they go by that, or sometimes they would go by names. I don't know, it just depends. And, you know, I sometimes was this male person that, like, has to put it in that cubby hole, and I got it wrong a lot of the time. And in hindsight, I think it's a bit fucked up for the teacher to always yell at the students, like, why would you put this in here? Does that name look like this? And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I just mislooked, I don't know. And I didn't even think about it till now, but it is a bit fucked up. It's like, alright, we saw it, like, we're like 8 years old, bro. Like, the hell? We're not actually mailman here. Like, we're not mailman or mailwoman for that matter. So it's like, why yell at us for fucking up? Like, it's your fucking fault for trusting an 8-year-old to do this for you. You fuck mother bitch. Like, that's just my logic here. But yeah, like that, every now and then we had like our own mailbox to do this. The reason I bring that up, that same mailbox, we would use that for our future Valentine cards to give to every student, no matter who it is, whether it's male or female. We would always go to our local, like, CVS, Walgreens, you know, Walmart, Target, whatever you go to find these Valentine's Day cards. And we ran out of moves. And a lot of the time when we're doing this, yeah, we just pretty much pick our favorite character that we're into at the time, or like, you know, like whatever's catching our eyes or whatever hobbies we're into, we would pick that box full of like 30 cards or whatever the fuck it is, 1237. And then, like, after that, we would pick our favorite candy to give, or whatever we're feeling generous of. We should probably heal right now. And I always, you know, like, it's always chocolates or something, or maybe some gummy candy, or whatever candy you could think of that your parents will agree to buying for you, or something like that. Oh god, our eggs hatching again! Their eggs hatching a lot faster, or maybe it's just my imagination. Yes, we got another Eevee. 161, or is it 2? I think it's 162 actually, because we're at already a new box. 162. 162. Sorry, just drinking water. But because, like, I almost got it confused, because 70 is 70 rather than... By the way, I don't know if this side, what that red section does, but yeah, 70 is 70, 60 is 60. Let's just go heal our Pokemon though. But that's basically our experience. We would, like, put in the Valentine's card along with some candy or some shit. I don't remember how we did that. Sometimes we don't have the mailbox as an option. Sometimes we just kind of leave it at the student's desk and then just call it a day. And yeah, that... Oh shit, hold on, let me return the... Let me put the egg and stuff. I think it's just a lot easier to put into the desk, because usually the student's name would be on the desk, because, you know, the teachers As funny as they will never admit that they do sometimes forget the student's name pretty early, and then they eventually get used to it. But we got runaway ability, neutral nature. Oh no, it's not neutral. Special defense is up, speed is down. Sassy nature, capable of taking hits, or capable of kicking hits, as I like to say. And yeah, that's the way the Eevee crumbles. What number did I say the shiny was gonna be? Did I say 161? Oh yeah, that wasn't true. Or did I say 164? I don't remember. Regardless, we're getting pretty close to hatching all the 4 eggs. I'm pretty sure this is the last one. Unless it was 165 or 166. I don't remember what I said. But yeah, you know, that was our whole thing, and sometimes we would read the Valentine cards, and they would have some type of pun in there or whatever. I always picked like the shows that I like for my Valentine's cards, like whether it's Dragon Ball Z or I don't know. I don't think I had Avatar: The Last Airbender at the time, but I definitely would have if that was an option. But yeah, you know, stuff like that, like Spider-Man or Batman Valentine cards, whatever the fuck. And then they would always have some wording in there. But yeah. It's always the day before too that it feels like a lot of work. Before the day of Valentine's Day, you start like writing it down to the name and like pick like specific cards for that said person. Sometimes there is no thought to it at all, and it doesn't matter who gets what card or whatever. Some cards bigger than others, some more fancier than others. I don't remember too many particular ones at the top of my head. The teachers sometimes would participate if they were like also to give candy. I don't think they give cards though. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't too special. It was just like a little mini fun thing to do, I guess. Anything to take away from our schoolwork, because I wasn't a very good student back then. I just rather hang out with friends and talk to friends than pay attention in school, unfortunately. But yeah. But that's basically my Valentine experience when it comes to like elementary school. Middle school and high school is a whole different story. Even after high school is a different story, because you know the other side of it, where you know you like that so-and-so person, and then you ask them to be their Valentine and such. And you know, whether it's your decision just to straight up ask, or have roses or chocolates or whatever the fuck. You know, I had my fair share of people I asked out to be my Valentine's Day, and whether it worked or not, I don't know. It's just like I remember the first person that said yes. We didn't actually even do anything, but I ended up handing out the roses and such like that. And I wish, you know, something did come about it. And you know, honestly, I was kind of more than half the time I kind of expect them to say no. So I didn't really think too far in advance of what we could do afterwards in case they say yes. So yeah, I don't know, 1240. And there was other times, I think, like, you know, in 2020, I remember, or either 2020 or 2021, I don't recall, but it was like, you know, in those times when people weren't allowed to go outside, I remember, like, asking somebody to be my Valentine's, and quite literally, we weren't even allowed to be outside, so I was trying to come up with the best way to do everything, and it wasn't really good. I just basically made my own custom card for that person and played their favorite song, and that's as far as it can go, because I can't think of anything better than that. Because you know, it kind of gets limited when you're not allowed to even be outside. It's like, what else could you do? And it probably would have been better if they were more active online, instead of just messaging, you know, because it'd be different if it was like, you know, whether the person's going out with another one that plays like a lot of games or something like that. So it's like either a gamer boyfriend or gamer girlfriend or whatever you have, to spend more time online that way. But this particular person that I asked to be my Valentine's wasn't really, you know, like I said, it's just texting. That's as far as it went. And I really doubt that she played any video games. So yeah. And you know, I wish they would have been better and everything. And I think the last person that agreed has always kind of been a flake. So yeah, it wasn't the best. Like relationship-wise, that's just a whole Pandora's box that we don't have enough time even for a stream to talk about. So yeah, I'll kind of spare you on that. You know, these are for people that are watching the VODs and stuff, like to say information, I guess you could say. But we almost have time to open the TCG pack. Hold on, let me just open it right quick, because it's already past 4 o'clock. I don't know what the exact time is, but we should be close. But that's basically my history on that. Just basically whoever you actually like genuinely to be your significant other, you could ask them out to be in a Valentine's. And people should be very clear about this, that just because you ask them to be their Valentine's, that doesn't automatically mean that's your boyfriend or girlfriend. Stop saying that it is, because it doesn't fucking count. There's actually 2 minutes left till the pack's ready. Because I have heard people in the past say, oh, well, they asked me to be their Valentine, and now we're just boyfriend and girlfriend, because that's what he claimed they are now. It's like, oh, I asked you to be my Valentine, so therefore she's my girlfriend. It's like, that's not how it fucking works. Even I asked somebody to be my Valentine, and I had the wherewithal to understand that's my Valentine, that's not my girlfriend or anything. That's just not how it worked. So that's just kind of delulu talking. That's delusional. So don't say that. Valentine's is a step before, a notch before boyfriend and girlfriend. Like, you know, they're interested in you to be their Valentine and a romantic level to do whatever, but you can't call them that. It's just, that's not how it works. So yeah, I don't know. It just baffles me. If you're that person that, like, there's no counter argument to this. Like, you can't say that oh, this is a boyfriend and girlfriend just because, you know, like, no, that's not how it works. But yeah, that basically, all that is the experience of Valentine's Day, and I really don't have any idea what it originally came from, because I know there's the Saint Valentine's, and I think from what I know, and this is what from what I know, and I don't know if it's necessarily true of the story, but we got 1 more minute left before the packs get ready to open. But from my understanding, as we get 12:45, is that Saint Valentine's was trapped in a tower, and then, like, I don't remember if he fell in love with this woman or something like that, and he wrote romantic letters like every single day. And then that's kind of the idea of where Saint Valentine's, you know, when Valentine's Day came from, is because of this romantic dude that tries to do that, or maybe he did that once a year or some shit like that, or maybe that's his birthday. I don't really know, but that's kind of from my understanding. But yeah, the pack's ready though, by the way, so let's go raise the volume. And not that pack, let's go to whatever's beyond Shiny Revelry, which is Triumphant Light. And let's go ahead and do that. This is like our 9th cycle, I think. Let's go count this, 1246. And hopefully let's get some luck when it comes to all this stuff. Let's see. That doesn't look like any turned around packs either. That sucks balls. Okay, hold on. Let me run around a bit. I'm gonna have to go through these packs one at a time. Nope. hopefully there's a crooked pack soon, because that'd be nice. Let's see. This is hard multitasking. Oh, this pack is actually crooked. Okay, hold on. Let me go count this. 1247. I've been seeing a lot of people going in and out of the streams. Let's see. Oops, I didn't mean to move that. This one's kind of also bent. No, that's the same one, isn't it? Okay, hold on. Let's go check this one. 1248. So hopefully everybody's experience is kind of similar to mine or whatever when it comes to Valentine's Day. Because I know the other side of it, where I didn't even mean to body slam the last one. I just, because I kind of noticed as soon as I pressed body slam, I'm pretty sure I had more hammer arms. But it's all good. Okay, the next one. I'm just looking for the booster pack. That might be fine. Okay, looks like balance, whatever. That's fine. That's fine. Wait, this one's already turned around? Oh, no, no, okay, I did look at all of them. Wait, so it's just one pack then? Alright, looks like it's just this pack then. Alright, let's see for ourselves then. This pack is the only one that's cut. Oh, something good! Oh, I am pretty sure you heard the, the sound. Okay, so we got Medicham, we got Houndour, we got Azumarill, we got Pikachu, and our final card, which the screen is going rainbowy and all that. We got ourselves a full art Sudowoodo with a dude with bonsai trees hanging out, smiling. It's like this old dude. Okay. I mean, I already own that card, but I mean, at least it's something, you know? Alright, let's see here. Let's go with Hammer Arm. And miss the Hammer Arm, that's always fun. Okay. Now, for the most part, when it comes to, 1250, by the way. When it comes to, couples that are in Valentine's Day, or even, when I say couples, it could be boyfriend and girlfriend, or, anything along those lines, to also husband and wife, and anything along those lines as well. Whether it's married couple or whatnot. Couples has a different story where they usually plan for, an anniversary of some kind, or just because it's Valentine's Day, and they were to do some type of date or something. I don't know, just something special for them. So that's another factor of Valentine's Day to consider. Is established couples. So there's three principles when it comes to Valentine's Day to consider here, whether it's elementary, which is basically, the platonic Valentine's gift for everyone. There's the secret lover type of Valentine's Day, I guess I could call it, whether it's a guy about to ask a girl out or whatever, and they're not established at all, but there is some romantic feeling with them or whatever. Or there's the established couples where they just celebrate them pretty much. So there's just those three factors that I have to consider. 1252. So now is to think what Pokemon those could be, and that might get us closer to the truth, because like I said, my first thoughts initially was Pikachu and Baneri, I guess. Another factor that would be interesting, because this had already been an anime episode before, but maybe Meowth and an actual female Purloin, because
Meowth was kind of devastated when he ran into a Purloin, but it turned out to be a guy, I guess. Let's not do that to Meowth, but at the same time, it kind of would be funny if, like, Meowth would still get rejected by this Purloin or something like that. Or maybe we might give in and give Purloin a little smooch to Meowth's cheek and you know, give him some reward for getting, you know, basically blue-balled in the anime. I don't know. And then there's a lot of water Pokemon that like Azumarill. So we just have to pick which one. So that's like Oshawott and Azumarill maybe. So I don't know, it just depends like which Pokemon to do what, like from which roles. There's other Pokemon couples. Didn't Trico had a thing with the Pokemon? I'm trying to remember who. I don't know if it's Flora or something. But it's the same exact storyline as the Totodile one, where like Azumarill ended up with the fucking Golduck or some shit like that, because they were meant for each other. But I swear that there was a grass type equivalent to that. They like doing those comedy heartbreak episodes, and I don't know why. It just feels awfully trolly, and I don't appreciate that shit. But that could be one for Snivy. I don't remember if Snivy's female though. So we could have a male equivalent to that. And maybe Pansage will have the female side of it. 1254. So I'm just trying to pair them off, and like if whatever's left could have the Platonics elementary side of Valentine's Day. Okay, let me look up what that is. So let me put romantic Pokemon episodes and see what pops up. And damn it, that fucking Ash and Serena's the first shit that popped up. That's annoying. Oh right, Butterfreeze. Yeah, I guess that counts. I have no idea what the fuck this picture is. Pokemon love stories. They're not. I'm trying to look into straight up Pokemon, dude. Oh yeah, there's Volbeat and the Lumize. That's a good one. There's let's see, 10 cutest Pokemon romances in the anime. Okay, let me just click that and see what happens. There's 2 colonies together. That's pretty adorable. And you know the cool thing about like the whole Butterfree thing, with Butterfree going with the pink Butterfree that doesn't exist, so it might be from Pink Island. The Ash's Butterfree has a bow tie, so you could always tell which one's Ash Butterfree. So that'd be pretty cool. It also would be kind of sad to to realize that Butterfree will never return to Ash if a different trainer ends up catching it. So yeah, that'd be kind of sad. Alright, let me just skip through most of the article. So I guess, okay, so like James and Marini doesn't fucking count, but I guess they're including those. I don't count that. So Bumblebee and Eevee, apparently, I didn't know about that. Serena's Eevee's 10-minute struggles that Clemens Bumblebee treats her with kindness and earns its trust. Well, this isn't the black and white days, so I can't do that. I mean, then again, if Bumblebee, I don't know how early they introduced Bumblebee in X and Y. Like, I don't mean like literally in the game, like, oh, it's in Route 1 ScarKnight. It's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean like when Sylveon was introduced, was Bumblebee closely after? If the answer is yes, then we could put Bumblebee here, but if the answer is no, then that's kind of, no. Eevee would reject Chespin and a wild Quilladin. Okay, I didn't realize that's a thing. So yeah, Pikachu never outwardly rejected Baneri's display of affection, it says in the A form. So I don't know why they worded that. That's interesting. 7. Ghost Pinsir became enamored with Heracross. Okay, that's new. I always thought Heracross and Pinsir were rivals, but I didn't even realize Go had a Pinsir. So, I mean, I guess we could put that in there. Why not? Krichatina, Kylie, they are quickly introduced to her Heracross. Ends up saving Go's Shy's Pinsir from Team Rocket Attack. Huh. Takes a Shining to the Heracross. What? To Pinsir's delight, Krichatina agrees to trade Heracross to Go when he catches a second Pinsir to give to her in return. Heracross and Pinsir are often known to be intense rivals, as shown in the new Pokemon Snap game. But this was an adorable twist on things. I don't understand. Romeo and Volbeat got their happy ending with Juliet and her Lumise. Huh. And I do think it's a bit adorable that, like, Volbeat and Lumise, like, you know, when they were glowing, it's like a little bow tie and shit. And, like, Lumise also kind of has a bow tie of sorts. I think that's kind of cute. So I do like that. Ash and friends help a colony find love. Alright, there's that. Jessie ensured that her Dustox found happiness. We could bring those two back. So that'd be pretty cool. 1256. Let's see here. So, let's see, what else? The two Nidorans, of course, like, yeah, Nidorino, Nidorina, Nidoking, and Nidoqueen, even though Nidoqueen, for some reason, through the Pokemon's company's sick mind, they decided to not make Nidoqueen even breedable with Nidoking, so it's kind of bullshit. The two Butterfrees, they still have, oh, okay, I think I found it. Grovyle evolved for Meganium, but still lost out to Atropius. It was Grovyle, not Trico? So I guess it was Meganium and Tropius then. I thought it was like I thought it was like Sunflora and Shiftry. I don't know why I thought that. And I don't know why I thought it was Trico as well, but interesting enough. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So Meganium and Tropius then. So we could split that. I mean, it'd be a kind of a weird... I don't know. I think that'd be kind of a weird couple, have a Meganium and Pansage and a Tropius with Snivy. So maybe we have to think of different Pokemon for that. I don't know. But we could have, like, Meganium and Tropius as the established couple for some reason in Unova. But yeah, they didn't show the Totodile one. That makes me sad. That sucks. They keep showing people though. Everything in every other page. That one page that I read the top 10 from is like the only one. Okay, well that's kind of the idea. Then we could have Butterfrees, like legit just Ash Butterfree along with the pink Butterfree, just show up at some point towards the end, and we can have Jessie's Dustox with the shiny Dustox also show up towards the end, just as like kind of cameos and stuff, and maybe also Tropius and Meganium being the established couple in, you know, in their respective things or whatever. I just don't know what date they would have. I'm pretty sure it's jungle related. Yeah, I think I will have Oshawott with the Azumarill anyway. I'm not sure, maybe, I mean, Oshawott's kind of the comedy character, so it would be funny to have Oshawott somewhat rejected or something like that, you know. I think Pikachu should accept Baniri's love. Meowth would basically be rejected, but Purloin would give in and just give Meowth a kiss. I think that should happen, to give Meowth a bone, because they don't. It's for the best that you know, they don't do them dirty anymore. I imagine Wobbuffet's there, so like, you know, clearly a female Wobbuffet, because it's just Wobbuffet with just lipstick on. So yeah. I think it'd be kind of funny if Wobbuffet just, you know, it's kind of already established that he has this wife this whole time as a joke. Just to be like, yeah, no, this has been my girlfriend for years or something, or my wife for years. That wouldn't make sense, and it kind of would break the continuity, but I think it would be a funny joke or whatever. It wouldn't make any fucking sense, but that's something Pokemon would do. What other Pokemon would be included? I'm trying to think of all the Pokemon that was in that Eevee and Friends one. Because there's also Crustle and Excadrill that they still haven't used, and I don't know why. So, I don't know. Or should we just use the ones that was in the movie? Because that would include Dragonite and Charizard as well. So yeah, I don't know. 1262. Because in the short, it's Pikachu, Axew, Pansage, Oshawott, and I don't know why they didn't include Snivy or Pignite for that matter. But yeah. Okay, but let's think again. Alright, so towards the end, Butterfrees are there, the Dustoxes are there, Meganium and Tropius are there. We gave Meowth with Purloin, so that's number 1. Wobbuffet with the female Wobbuffet, that's number 2. Pikachu and Baneri, like maybe a different Baneri. We have to give like the 2 shiny Pokemon, like I said, that I always do. We just need to figure out what that is. And I was trying to think of a legendary Pokemon too. We'll think about that. Interesting though. And we'll have to save our 17th movie for like tomorrow or something like that, because there's no way we finish that in less than an hour. So for the rest of the time I'm just going to be thinking this, which I could take my time with. Okay, so for New Year's, as a spoiler that you guys haven't heard of it or anything, the shiny Pokemon is shiny Lucario and I think shiny Mew, I'm pretty sure. 1265. The Easter one was a shiny Baneri and shiny Lopunny, so I obviously can't make this Baneri shiny because that'd be weird. For 4th of July, there is shiny Jirachi, and what's the other shiny I gave? Fuck, I don't remember. What was the other shiny? 1266. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. There's a Patrat, and then Scrafty, Braviary. I don't think Braviary was the shiny. There's also Rufflet. What the fuck? Did I just give one shiny? Hold on, I need to look up what does shiny Rufflet look like. Hopefully I don't make 3 shinies or anything like that. Shiny Rufflet? Shiny Braviary's blue and white, not red, white, and blue. And then Rufflet's kind of like if Rufflet was in the sun for too long, and it's just like a kind of a drier color. Because it's kind of closer to tannish, but grayish in a weird way. It's like bleached. So yeah, it's very awkward. Fuck. 1267. I'm trying to remember the story. I think it was like everybody was throwing frisbees. The frisbee kept rolling down. It hit Padrats in the face, and then like he was holding a drone. The drone went up, and the Pokemon thought that was a frisbee, so they followed that to the neighborhood, and they run into there's Herdiers and Scrafties in there, along with the Braviary and Rufflet that gives them the right back. And I'm trying to remember, dude. Well, that's the pad that should be shiny. Or the Scrafty, hold on. Shiny Scrafty? I said shiny Scrafty. It's like yellow and green with pants. Shiny Patrat? I said shiny Petrat instead. I said Patrat, you fucking bean. Patrat. I mean, I don't know. The shiny Patrat is like, it's browner and it has eyes that is blue and has like a green outside iris thing. It would be funny if it was shiny Patrat. I need to look back to see what I said, if I did say the second shiny at some point, because I, for the life of me, don't remember. But it'd be funny if it turns out that there was one shiny, and then I could put in the second one to have Patrat close his eyes looking at the drone while he's like walking with it, trying to fix it. Or something, or maybe as these eyes, it's like, oh, I can't figure out how to fix this thing or whatever. Then he gets hit in the face by a frisbee, and then it's not until he opens his eyes that people will be like, oh, what the fuck, that's a shiny! It could be that, I don't know. Anyway, the October one, Halloween one, I said shiny Ghastly and shiny Duskull. Did I say a legendary Pokemon for that? I don't know if I did, I don't think I did. Because all of them had legendaries. Maybe like a Marshadow or some shit. I don't know. And then November was Thanksgiving, which I think I did added a shiny Pokemon later. But I know it was shiny Ho-Oh for sure. I don't know about the other one. I forgot what was the other one. I think I said like some type of shiny bird. Maybe shiny Pidgey? I don't know. 1269. I honestly don't remember the whole Thanksgiving storyline that I gave, if I'm being honest. Okay, but, okay, so let's establish a little bit more on the other stuff. So, yeah, so for Pikachu's Baneri, Snivy and Pansage might need to get some of the grass type starters as their boyfriend and girlfriend respectively. Maybe Snivy could go with Bulbasaur? Is that a good relationship? Or you know what? We could give Snivy and Grovyle a shot. I think Snivy would find Grovyle attractive. I don't see why not. That's our last body slam already? What the fuck? That was fast. 1270. Also, while I was at the bathroom, I forgot to mention, I took extra time to like post the promotional thing. So I think I should do that right quick, because I didn't do that last time. Like in between me going to the bathroom and now. I did go to the Pokemon Center and I didn't take the time to promote because it didn't even enter my brain space, if I'm being honest. But yeah, let's see here. So I'll be sure to do that in a second. So yeah, I'll give Grovyle and Snivy a chance to be with each other. I almost said Snivy and Bulbasaur, but then I thought about it. I'm like, maybe there's a better option. But yeah, for Oshawott, I think it'd be great if it's him and Azumarill. Even though Azumarill might have too much spotlight within this series, that'd be kind of cool. Let's see here. Let's go retweet one of them. Yes, I'm gonna drink some water. Let's see here. Let's just retweet this. post. And there we go. That's all we gotta do. So we'll see for ourselves. Alright, let's see what we got though. It's level 46, and that's pretty alright. Alright, let's go continue onward. Okay. So yeah, Snivy with Grovyle, Pansage. I think Pansage should end up with Chikorita. Well, then again, I don't know. Didn't they like say that well, that was in Sun and Moon, wasn't it? That some of the Pokemon paired off in the dance or whatever. I forget what they said. It was like Marini chose one of the Pokemon. They said it multiple times. I'm trying to remember which one it was. But yeah, 1271. I mean, regardless, it doesn't matter because this is like pre-X and Y. Okay, so I think it's fine to have Chikorita on there. It would be good if Pansage and Snivy are like a couple, but at the same time it's like Silence like Pokemon, so that kind of irks me. And I think Grovyle's a better fit anyway. So yeah, Pansage and Chikorita I think would be a cute couple or something. Axew could be... What's a good Pokemon for Axew? 1273. Because Axew's kind of treated like a baby and everything. It could either be any of the Facetos, I feel like. This is kind of where I'm leaning towards. Or maybe it could be a non-Faceto dragon, I don't know. There's Dratini as an option, there's Larvitar, there's Bagon. I don't think Beldum's an option for shit, because that shit's just... No, I don't... Yeah. Dino? That'd be interesting. And that's it, really, isn't it? Oh wait, and Gibble. I usually see Gibble as kind of like masculine, and I don't know if Axew is a male, but I kind of interpret it as a male. 1274. So I'm like kind of leaning towards either Bagon or Larvitar, to be honest with you. Let's say Bagon right now, I guess. I mean, I almost want to say Larvitar because I could see it being more feminine, I suppose. I don't know. I'm kind of going back and forth on it. Let's make it Larvitar then. The only reason I kind of leaned away from it is because they have somewhat similar colorization, and I don't know how I feel about that. But we'll give it a shot. Axew and Larvitar. I almost said Dino as well, but I don't see Axew and Dino getting along like that. What's another Pokemon? This Scrafty didn't go with them, right? I imagine Scrafty is an Ash's party in the movie, though. If they were, then it's like not. We have to think about, you know, how we're gonna work them all out. Because there's like Dragonite and Charizard. I think Charizard should go with the other Charizard that he likes at the Charizard Valley, the Charizard Valley, whatever the fuck it's called. So that's established couple right there, kind of. Well, I mean, I don't think they were ever really boyfriend girlfriend, and Charizard was just training or whatever. Dragonite, on the other hand, he does seem very masculine, so he needs a feminine Pokemon. What would be a good couple for him? So there's Tyranitar, there's Salamence, Metagross is out of the picture, there's Garchomp, Hydreigon, Hexorus, Kingdra, and I feel like there's more options when it comes to the last ones, because, like, you know, I'm not gonna pair up Axie with the fucking Horsey or some shit like that, you know? So that's kind of my logic there. 1277. Or like Flygon as well, and that's kind of the same logic there. Like, I don't want Trapinch and Axew to be together because that wouldn't make sense. I don't know. Yeah, so maybe Axew could stay with Larvitar and Dragonite could be with Salamence, perhaps. I almost wanted to say Flygon or Kingdra or something, but I don't know. I always kind of saw Kingdra. I don't really like the design of it too much. Like, Kingdra grew on me because like I use it competitively, you know, like around the X and Y days, because like I like to counter fairy types and like surprise iron heading them and shit. But I don't know, man. It's just like I always kind of saw Kingdra as he looks like an old man to me. So yeah, I don't know. 1278. Scrafty, if he is in the movie or preview, I don't remember it for the life of me. Scraggy is a fighting type. I don't know if he's also dark type, but he goes to become a fighting dark type. Would he? I'm thinking there's multiple fighting types and or dark types and dual type stuff like that. Croagunk comes to mind immediately. Croagunk, I don't know if Croagunk is the way to go. 1279, like a female Croagunk. Would that be a good fit for him? Because Scrafty kind of, like, even though he's a lizard, he kind of looks amphibian-like a little bit. What else is a good fit for him? I mean, I don't know. There's plenty of fighting types. There's like Machop, that's technically a lizard, but that like it's kind of awkward because like Machop, even with being a female Machop, they're always topless. So it's kind of like pointing out that they're female, but like braless is kind of weird. That's why they should have made like a real true gender difference by, I don't know, because when I see Machop, Machoke, and Machamp, to me, I look at them and I'm all like, these are closer to people than they are Pokemon, even though they got lizard faces and you know, clearly are lizards, but like, you know, Machoke, he's in the shape of a man. He just has like a turtle dragon lizard face. And Machamp is not natural, but like, you know, they're all ripped and shit. Let's see though. I'm trying to think to myself. I'll just say Croagunk for now, unless there's a better option. There's also Mankey, but that's kind of bizarre to even consider. Fucking. There's Tyrogue and Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, but they're all like. They all feel like established males. Makuhita and Hariyama, that they look also established male. Timber, but I don't even know what the fuck Timber is. He feels like he fits in the Goof Troop because they're like dog clowns. I don't know what the hell they are. I'll just say Croagunk for now. That's the best thing I could come up with. Okay, so Crustle, he's rock bug type. Crustle's gonna be a challenge. But honestly, like I said, it's fine to not come up with all of them. Some of the Pokemon could just have like Platonic Valentine cards for each other. So like something like Crustle could give something to Stunfisk, and you know, they appreciate each other because they're friends. Because we still have to come up with something like that. Same goes for Excadrill, except maybe Excadrill, like a Pokemon could reach out to him or something like that, because Excadrill rather keeps to himself, and I don't know at this point in the anime if Iris and Excadrill got along. I imagine that they did, because this is very late in the other half of Black and White, so I imagine they got along, but I still imagine Excadrill still kind of being a loner. So it's a matter of question of who goes with Excadrill. and what other Pokemon there is left. Iris got Gibble later, right? What other Pokemon does she have? I'm forgetting, I should know this. There's also Pignite. Pignite could go with like a female fire starter then. And who would that be? Who would that be? I don't know what other Pokemon Ash has left, but I think that's all 6 of them, because it's the 3 starters, there's Pikachu, and then there's this Charizard, right? I don't know. Okay, Pignite, the options are either Charmeleon, Quilava, there's Combusken, there's Monferno, and that's it. So I guess Combusken, right? That's just what I think of. It'd be weird to have Charmeleon. Like, I could see it being a female, but like, you know, there's already 2 Charizards right the fuck there, so it would be kind of awkward to do that. So I have to figure out what would be a good fit for Excadrill though. Steel ground type. All the steel types, if we think about that first, there's Magnemite, Magneton, Magnezone. There's Steelix, who's also steel ground type. 1285. There's Scizor. There's 3rd gen Aeron, later on Aggron. There's I'm thinking kind of ahead. Probopass, there's Bronzor, there's Bronzong. There's the fossil ones, but I definitely am not counting that. What else, dude? Okay, so for 5th gen is Kling Klang and Kling Klang. Kling Klang, Kling Klang, Klang. There's not much. There's Ponyard and Bisharp. I always thought Bisharp as the masculine. I could kind of see that it could be feminine as well. 1286. Oh, I'm trying to think. This is hard. Maybe it's easier to think about the ground type instead. Okay, so for ground types, Sandslash? This is like the immediate thought. They're pretty close enough. A female Sandslash, that'd be a good choice. Yeah. Well, that was way easy. That was the first thought I had in my head for ground type. There's way more ground types available. They're both moles, kind of, even though he's an armadillo mole mouse thing. Hedgehog. And, you know, Excadrill's an established mole that digs and stuff. So yeah, it's perfect. Okay, so to establish the story, our platonic couple is, well, maybe I shouldn't even use the word couple, but platonic friends is Crustle and Stunfisk. That like maybe the journey would begin somewhere in the garden. Like for some reason there's a house in the background. We could kind of assume that Ash and them are inside or whatever. And they're on this garden. Some Pokemon may be inside the house as well. Or maybe we don't know where the fuck Ash and them is at. But maybe it starts off with like, you know, the camera pans to some of the Pokemon that are like kind of hiding and kind of embarrassed and blushing and shit like that. So maybe we start by seeing like, you know, a pan view of like the mansion with the garden, and then it goes to Baniri with the shot of Pikachu in the background, something like that. We don't know why Baniri's embarrassed, but we could safely assume because we saw the title that it's like Pikachu's Valentine's Venture or some shit like that. I don't know. We don't even know our shiny Pokemon actually. Shit. I was considering maybe like Manaphy, but the hard swap ability is more so like trade places of the Pokemon's mentality, and that's his own storyline. I don't think it would have place in that. It would be nice to have Cresselia, but at the same time, she don't make sense to be in here. Neither than Mew, but like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the most Valentine's Pokemon that fits within it. 1291. Meloetta I'm gonna keep out because like that don't make any sense. So what's a good Pokemon to use that we haven't really before? Maybe Latios and Latias? That could be like brother and sister love or something like that. Not like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about strictly platonic. Because as soon as I said it, I'm like, whoa, 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 don't take it that way. 1292. I mean, I keep thinking of Cresselia, but it's not good enough. And then there's also Shaman. Maybe Manaphy. I don't know. I'm like considering it. What does Manaphy look like shiny? Is it just like Seafoam Green or something? Shiny Manaphy. Images. Bro, it's just lighter blue. What the fuck? It's not even Seafoam Green. Like, Manaphy's blue, and then it's just lighter blue. I almost thought it was like no different. Okay, so we're not counting that one. Maybe, okay, maybe some of the Pokemon that that are trying to get with the other one will be shiny. Okay, hold on. Shiny Krogunk? It's like a light blue. Kinda like that. So maybe that one's one. Okay, what about Shiny Sandslash? It's like red and like, I don't know. I feel like there's still a good potential Pokemon to have. Yeah, I don't know. I'll say I'll put Cresselia in towards the end, just to be like, okay, once they go to sleep or whatever, that Cresselia is here or some shit, just to represent something of that. I really want to put Manaphy, but Heart Swap, it could just do the Heart Swap attack and then that's it. And I don't think that's good enough. So I don't know. Like this still needs some work. Anyway, that's what you see. You see the mansion, you see the garden and all that stuff. Then the camera pans to Baniri with Pikachu already in the background. For some reason Baniri's there and she's blushing. And she doesn't know what to do herself. We as an audience could guess what that is, but like, you know, at the time being, we don't know what she's about to do. All the Pokemon are gathering around. They're kind of hidden in their corners, you know, trying to make something or whatever, just to make this day special, I suppose. And so we got another one in the books, 1294, and it could be like one of the Pokemon drawing a piece of paper in crayon about them two together or some shit like that. I don't know. When I said that, I just kind of pictured Scrafty, or not Scrafty, Scraggy, I should say, just drawing something in crayon. So, I don't know, 1295, or it could be Oshawott drawing the Azumarill or something. Okay, well, let me think. Pansage, Chikorita, Snivy, and Grovyle. I guess it would be funny that Oshawott would be doing that, yeah. Okay, so we'll have Oshawott draw Azumarill with him together in crayon on a piece of paper, and then that would be his whole thing. I might have to think more about this, because it would be fine if it was like Enamoris or something, like the new Landorus, you know, the Genie Trio, to be in this, but they weren't established till like the past 2 years or 3 or whatever it was. So yeah, Oshawott's trying to draw that, you know, putting a heart next to it. Oshawott looks up, he sees Azumarill like practicing her dance moves by the lake or some shit, I don't know, like kind of away from the house. She's just dancing not too far away, I guess. 1297. Let's see here. Maybe Charizard's out in a different side of the place, just kind of staring into the sky, because, you know, maybe this day reminds them. Because somebody clearly established that this was Valentine's Day, so that's what Charizard was thinking of. He's like, oh, his girlfriend's in Johto or some shit, training just because. She's one of the strongest Charizards who ever lived, or some shit. I mean, maybe unless Ash's Charizard's the strongest Charizard, who knows? Because it's probably the strongest Pokemon in his team. But yeah, let's see, 1299. We're almost at 1300, which is pretty good. Dragonite, on the other hand, he's just sitting there all grumpy and shit like that. So maybe, who did I say it was? Like Salamence or some shit? Maybe Salamence kind of. Oh, that could be kind of good. Salamence like off in the distance on a cliff, like it floats down and then just looks at Dragonite. Except it's all angry too. It's like, man, fuck this Dragonite, I could take him out. Like, that's what the implication is. It will look at it and the people would think, oh shit, it's menacingly, but that's, you know, clearly based on what I told you, that's not correct, because Salamence is actually interested in Dragonite, but it's just like kind of looking at it, and it sees Dragonite sitting there like Barney and Friends. But we got 1300. We got 1300 Odyshes. Okay, what's another idea we could do? As we got another Oddish 1301. It's really hard thinking about all the Pokemon. I don't know why it's so hard to remember. Maybe Crustle and Stunfisk are just talking to each other in, you know, right next to the mansion. Maybe Pikachu and Axew are just playing around, and that's why they were in the front of the house or something like that. You know, Axew just keeps on saying Axew over and over again, all annoyingly and shit like that. Scraggy, I mean, if he's not drawing it with the crayon, maybe Scraggy is just walking and he notices a shiny Croagunk just walking by, and it was kind of like the love at first sight type of look, and then Scraggy just falls in love or whatever. As for Excadrill, maybe it's already in a battle along with Sandslash or something like that. It's a shiny Sandslash and then they start fighting off. And like kind of like the far garden. Because that's kind of what I imagine with Scraggy. It's looking down and Croagunk kind of just walks by and then it does like the first love at first sight type of shit. Or something like that. 1302. You know, one of these days I have to do something about these ideas. I need to put them out somehow. I just don't know how I would draw them, to be honest with you. It would be nice. Let's see. Fuck. Which Pokemon did we cover already? So we covered what Pikachu and Axew's doing. We covered what Oshawott's doing and what Azumarill is doing. We haven't covered Snivy and Pansage yet, but we did, however, we didn't say ScarKnight, what he was doing. We covered Dragonite and Salamence. We covered Crustle and Stunfisk. We covered what Scraggy did and what Croagunk's doing. We covered Excadrill and Sandslash. So really it's just the grass type left and the fire type, right? Okay, so ScarKnight, maybe ScarKnight and Combusken are for some reason on top of the roof. Maybe they're already kind of talking to each other or something like that. And you kind of see ScarKnight already blushing. So it's kind of implied that this is probably around the first time they met, and they kind of had a respect for each other. Because maybe it could be implied that they already battled before or something like that. Because maybe they'll have like dirty marks like if they just did battle. I mean, it'd be kind of weird because I can imagine a lot, especially now these days, with you know, how people caption memes and shit like that. They're gonna skip to conclusions. But it's implied that they fought earlier or something like that. We just don't want to repeat that because Excadrill and Sandslash just did that. Then again, I don't know. We could... Okay, let's change that then. Let's have Combusken and ScarKnight fight outside the garden. And then Excadrill kind of off in the... maybe in the backyard? I don't know. Did I kill him already? I hope I counted that. I'm gonna put 1305. That's a miscount for sure. Let me know if it is a miscount. I'll try to skim it after on the thing. Okay, maybe it could be a situation where like it could come across as something bad in this part of the storyline, where like Excadrill is just like, you know, maybe training or just thinking to itself or whatever Excadrill does, because he kind of always is the loner of the group. And then like the shiny Sandslash digs out or whatnot, and Excadrill kind of, you know, yells at it and like it's about to slash, and then Sandslash, like the shiny Sandslash, will kind of tear up a bit and then just run off or whatever. And then Excadrill kind of gets thrown off by that, and he's like, oh shit, my bad, or whatever. But Sandslash by that point already took off. It could be something like that. Because then they could have it in a way where you could have them forgive each other, and then that could be that type of Valentine's relationship. Snivy and Pansage, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're also a different part of the backyard or something like that, and they're just talking to each other. Because maybe I could try to hint it like them two are trying to get with each other, but it's not the case or whatever. 1306. But I don't know how I could introduce Chikorita and Grovyle. For Chikorita and Grovyle, I'm trying to think of how I can make this work where it's all like 1307. I kind of, man, there's a few ideas where I could do with that. I just don't want to make it be like, oh well, clearly Snivy and Pansage was into the opposite Pokemon, and it turns out that they were male and the other one was female after all, but it worked out for them or some shit. That'd be stupid. I don't know if that makes sense. Like if Pansage thought Grovyle was a girl, but it turns out it's a dude, and then ends up with Snivy, and then the opposite with Chikorita. I think that'd be stupid, so I'm not gonna do that. But I'm trying to make it seem like maybe Snivy was... Okay, yeah, it could be that type of... Well, I don't know. I want to establish it with Snivy and Pansage. They're talking to each other, and then like Snivy kind of looks to the side, and then like sees the Grovyle talking to Chikorita a little bit farther in the garden or something like that. And then Pansage also kind of looks over there, but he notices Chikorita. But then they kind of both assume that they're taken with each other, and then they're talking to each other, but then they realize that they're friends. It could be something like that. I don't know. And yeah, this is the part where we could put Meowth and Wobbuffet. Maybe while all that's happening, maybe Meowth and Wobbuffet are putting the cards and candy together, and they're doing it really, really fast. I'm not sure if I'm going to include the other Pokemon or not, because there's Yamask and Woobat and whatever else Pokemon there is, Maractus. Shit, that complicates things if we do include Yamask and Maractus and Woobat. Woobat's gonna end up with Zubat, if we are gonna include that. Yamask, I have no idea. He's kind of a weird Pokemon to begin with. Maractus, I'll just put him together with Cacnea. Like, who the fuck else would get along with the cactus but another cactus? Like, for fuck's sake, man, if you're gonna tell me otherwise, you better come up with a better argument. Cause, like, who else, dog? Who else? It's a cactus. So, yeah, for Yamask, I need a... That's gonna take some time to think about, for sure. Because maybe Yamask and... shit, Litwick, I guess? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know who else it could be. There's Ghastly, there's Misdreavus, there's Duskull, there's Shuppet, Sableye with fuck Sableye, 4th gen Spiritomb, we're definitely not doing that, because, yeah, 13, 11. What's another 4th gen one? There's Litwick, well, because I just skipped past it. I don't think there is anymore. There's just like evolutions. Yeah, I'll just say Litwick if we have to. We'll just do that, and we'll kind of all group them together, except for Wobbuffet and Meowth, I guess. Because, like, you know, maybe later down the line in the storyline, you know, Meowth and Wobbuffet would turn around, and then those three are already, you know, together and hitched with the other Pokemon or whatever. But yeah, maybe all those Pokemon, though, the Team Rocket gang is all, like, grouping all this shit together and rushing and making all this stuff as fast as they could or whatnot. And they wanted to scam Pikachu and getting these fake Pokemon, like Valentine cards. But it turns out to be genuinely sweet or whatever. But they wanted to sell them for a lot of money. So it could be kind of that storyline. So while this is all happening, you know, all the Pokemon are kind of distracted except for Pikachu and Axew. They see the Valentine cards. They're like, oh, well, we don't have that money or whatever the hell. And maybe it could be like something like Dragonite or something like that got pissed off. It could be something like that. And Dragonite rushes over because Salamence kind of got near, and Dragonite swings and hits the stand, so all the Valentine cards gets out. So then Pikachu and Axew, which is not really ethical to do, but I'm gonna have this in part of the story anyway. Maybe they collect the cards like Mario Party, and then, like, you know, try to talk Crustle and Stunfisk to make a box for all the Pokemon that they seen around, and maybe some extra cubby holes, because Pikachu and Axew has not even seen some of the other Pokemon around, so they don't know about the shiny Krogan, for example. But they got extra cubby holes, and maybe if the other Pokemon wanted to be included, they'll make like little cutout papers of those Pokemon faces, if that makes sense. So yeah, they try to make the box, they have that all together. Maybe they'll play music in a montage of them doing that. And then all the Pokemon will try to work up the courage to ask all said Pokemon out. So we'll... shit, I forgot to point out about, like, the Pokemon throughout, because I thought about the ending, kind of, but not the beginning, when it comes to couples established and stuff. because I decided that the Butterfrees would be together and Dustox together and Meganium and Tropius towards the end. But there's like the other ones too, like there's Nidorans, the Nidorino, Nidorina, and the Nidoking, Nidoqueen love stuff. So we could have that throughout the episode. Maybe it will also start with Nidorans kind of like nuzzling each other, and then throughout the short we'll see every time they cut away we see a different couple, like Nidorino, Nidorina, and you know, Nidoqueen and Nidoking later onward. But yeah. Oh, and Illumise and Volbeat, of course, at some point. We'll sprinkle them all together. Whatever is like the couples established Pokemon, we'll have them kind of sprinkled in, but like, you know, going back and forth, so it's not like all the evolutionary line going down the line or whatever. We do leave Golduck out of the picture, unfortunately, and Totodile, but that's fine. I guess maybe at some point before the whole booth and stand breaks or whatever, Purloin does show up, and Meowth was like pretending to give her a discount and stuff. Maybe they could be a reference, like Meowth was like, "Wait, you're not a boy, are you?" Or whatever, and then that's when Dragonite attacks. Breaks the fucking booth or whatever. Okay, and then at this point of the short, I am gonna make my shorts 10 minutes. I'm not gonna go past that, but you know, the beginning is establishing all the characters interested in one another or not interested or whatever the fuck. The second part of it is constructing the Pokebox, the mailing box, along with collecting the cards. And maybe the third section is like, you know, the thoughts of asking, or even the declaration of asking that said Pokemon out, I suppose. So we could start with, I don't want to start with the Platonic one just yet, but yeah, we haven't really done the established ones. I mean, unless we do keep the Nidorans, like, you know, together and stuff, but we have Illumise and Volbeat hanging out, because maybe they could be sitting by the rooftop just talking to each other, and, you know, Illumise blushing or some shit like that. I think that'd be cute, because we do need an established couple, and we could kind of assume they've been together for a long time. And I almost had Combuskin and Pignite, you know, be those Pokemon in the rooftop. But I think it'd be cute that they would be in the rooftop or whatever. And they could have like their anniversary, because as far as I know, there's no married couples, but we could imply that with Nidoking and Nidoqueen maybe. And you know, if there is like another cut with room in it, then the whole Nidoran family, I mean, that'd be kind of awkward the more you think about it, but you know what I mean, like Nidorans together, Nidorino, Nidorina in one side, Nidoking and Nidoqueen on the other side. Just hopefully nobody's gonna be like, yeah, we really hope they're not all family, because that'd be weird. But like, they could be hanging out within the same shot. We'll just assume that they're all not related to one another, and that'll be the safe assumption here. Let's see. Maybe Oshawott would start first with Azumarill. Oshawott shows up to Azumarill, shows him his crappy drawing of him and Azumarill or whatever. Azumarill would start like laughing at it, holds it and looks at it, starts smiling like a lunatic. Oshawott is kind of like, oh shit, okay, cool. Would you go out with me? And Azumarill's like, I'm sorry, I'm with both Golduck and Totodile. And then Oshawott gets heartbroken. We're just gonna start with that. I don't know if I'm willing to show a platonic polyamorous relationship with Azumarill with Golduck and Totodile. We could make a reference to it. We could do a reference to it. Have Golduck and Azumarill be together, and then Totodile's like, "Don't worry, man, it's okay." And then he gives the first Valentine's card that's platonic. How about that? Even though I didn't want to start with the platonic one. Whatever order works, honestly. It could be something like that. Maybe not start with Oshawott then. Maybe Xenoverse and Combusken then. They're the ones that does the first exchange. Xenoverse, like, you know, when he's they're going back to take a break, you know, maybe the mansion has like a sauna or something like that. Xenoverse notices them finishing the Pokebox, you know, the mailing box. Pikachu explains how it works. So then, you know, Xenoverse kind of looks to the right and realizes Combusken's in the room already. You know, it's doing its break on the sauna or whatever. And then Xenoverse looks back, you know, creates a little Combusken thing, and then like eventually goes to the sauna too. We're gonna cut back. Xenoverse walks over Combusken to the mailing box, which is gigantic, by the way. And then Combusken looks all curious, gets the card, and then Xenoverse makes his move, asks her out to, you know, be, you know, Valentine with one another or whatever. And she says yes. And then maybe the second one, then is Oshawott with the heartbreak and all that stuff. I didn't establish Larvitar, did I? Larvitar could, like, do the Larvitar things like in the other mansion one. That could be a reference to the Peekaboo one. You know, playing with the stick and rock or whatever the fuck it does. And, you know, looks at Pikachu and asks you playing earlier onward. But the next one we could have, because I really would like to save Charizard for last, kind of. Well, maybe Pikachu and Baniri for last, but Charizard for second last. And maybe Dragonite and Excadrill for later. 13, 18. Maybe next is the Snivy and Pansage thing, where, like, you know, they get along as friends and stuff like that. You know, they gave each other the Valentine's cards, and then maybe Grovyle and Meganium approaches them, or who was it? Chikorita and Grovyle approaches them. They're like, oh wait, you guys with each other? And then they kind of go, oh no, we're friends. I'm not sure how they would say that or whatever. And then Grovyle hands the card to Snivy to ask her out, and then like vice versa with Chikorita, because, you know, at some point we could assume that they found out about it or whatever, and then they showed that Grovyle and Chikorita had thought of them and made, you know, little things for them, or puts the Valentine cards for them or whatever. Usually the Pokemon's supposed to get that themselves out, and then they find out who, like, it is, like a Secret Santa type of way, but we could have this approach just to establish, like, oh, Grovyle and Chikorita was a bit worried that they were with each other. And it's like the other way around, where Snivy and Pansage thought the same thing with them, that Chikorita and Grovyle were a thing, because maybe they saw them hugging each other or some shit like that. So yeah, that relationship works out. The next storyline we could do is Crystal and Stunfisk just platonically, you know, giving Valentine cards to each other, and then, like, you know, he pats Stunfisk on the back or some shit, or Stunfisk pats Crystal on the back, whatever makes more sense, I suppose. Something like that. I think that'd be pretty cool. 1320. Maybe after that we have the established couples of Volbeat and Lumize, you know, having their romantic date where they're like flying through the garden after seeing each other's Valentine's cards, and they trade it off or whatever. The next one, I'm gonna do the Scraggy one. Scraggy with the shiny. Scraggy was like, maybe he's pessimistic. You know, he approaches Shiny Krogan thinking, absolutely, she's gonna reject me. She's gorgeous, or whatever. Like, she's a shiny Pokemon. She wouldn't want me. So, like, he's kind of ashamed to give the card, thinking that Krogan would disapprove. Like, he had to go out of his way to go to the garden or in the forest area to give them this. Scraggy kind of kicked some rocks, being kind of, I don't know if I counted that, 1322, if I didn't or not, I don't know. But yeah, Scraggy was like, oh shit, I didn't mean to or whatever. And he sees Krogan kind of walks away and then goes into the mansion. And because like, you know, Scraggy's explaining about the whole Valentine's Day thing. So like once they're inside, Krogunk sees the box, sees her face on there, and knows that Scraggy was just saying, yeah, I put it because like nobody else knows that you're there but me, and you caught my eye or whatever it is that Scraggy would say or whatever. 1323, because you know she was the most hidden one or whatever like that. Like nobody saw her in the forest. I guess to be fair, like Shiny Sandslash wasn't also not seen, but that's kind of a different storyline. But you know, when Scraggy's still a little bit disappointed and ashamed and stuff like that, he's like, oh man, I'm gonna get rejected. She's gonna think this is dumb. And then like he looks over to Krogunk and Krogunk's just staring right at him, and then gives Scraggy a gigantic loving hug and all that. And then that's kind of their established like, oh, she says yes after all. She just wanted to see for herself how much Scraggy was thinking of her. So that could be like a cutesy type of thing with that. I think that would be a pretty good storyline. We'll save Excadrill for a little bit later because I don't want to go back to back shiny, if that makes sense. So let's see, we haven't done Pikachu yet. We covered Pignite, Snavy, Oshawott. We have Charizard left for Ash's Pokemon. I think we ran out of that one, yeah. For Iris Pokemon is Axew and Excadrill. I don't know what other Pokemon are left that I'm forgetting. So maybe Axew could be next. And then we covered Silent Pokemon. So yeah, Axew then. Axew maybe notices Larvitar or whatever. And maybe platonically, Axew wanted to just give the card, you know, to be friends and all that. But Larvitar wanted something more than that. That actually, you know, since he's kind of a baby, doesn't truly understand. He's like, yeah, okay, or whatever. So it could be like, you know, that type of relationship, I suppose. And then they hang out and play hide and seek as a reference to Peekaboo again. So yeah, that could be a short and sweet one, I suppose. Then we go to Excadrill, where Excadrill tries to find Sandslash and tries to see some clues on where she could be, and tries to look at the dirt to see where she might be hidden and stuff like that. Excadrill turns and then sees Sandslash like comes out and kind of crying a little bit. Excadrill kind of says, "I'm sorry" or whatever, and maybe Sandslash kind of already has like the claw with the card in her hand, and then gives that to Excadrill. And maybe this part won't make real sense, to be honest with you, because it's like, so Sandslash tried to ask out Excadrill before the whole Valentine cards thing was established. But maybe it could be implied that like Sandslash was one of the Meowth's first customers or something like that, and actually had to pay all that money, but you know, end up getting the money back or whatever. I don't fucking know with that, but Sandslash was planning to talk to Excadrill because they wanted to be with them or something like that. So then those two are like, you know, they got along with and became each other's Valentine's Day, so that's established there. You know, and then like the next storyline would be another misunderstanding with Salamence and Dragonite, because Dragonite finally finds where Salamence is, because for some reason Dragonite, when he's flying over there, crashes into the booth and lets Meowth and Wobbuffet blast off again, and maybe the other Raptor gang. Dragonite would go meet Salamence on top of that cliff that kind of looks like Pride Rock. And then Salamence would have hard eyes for Dragonite, and then Dragonite would kind of like still have his grumpy face, but like with kind of almost like a question mark look to it. He's like, what? And then yeah, then Salamence gets up close and personal and kind of nuzzles with him, I suppose. And then Dragonite I wouldn't really know from there. I don't think Dragonite's expression ever changes. I just remember him sitting there in the Pokeball in one picture, being all pissed off. But yeah, I guess it's the odd couple when it comes to that. Eventually, Meowth and Wobbuffet and the rest of the Rocket Gang lands. You know, he sees that Purloin again, walks up to it, and then Meowth like asks out because he has like one more Valentine cards left, and Purloin just says no or whatever. Meowth is like, oh boy, I thought you would say yes or whatever the fuck it is. And like I'm trying to think, like from Wobbuffet to have like the female Wobbuffet there. It would be funny to have like, oh, he had a relationship the whole time, but it would be kind of cool if Wobbuffet just stares off into space and Meowth like kind of like snapping onto him. It's like, hey, what you staring at? You stop spacing out. And then like, you know, Wobbuffet maybe notices something, and then there's like magical music. Like, you know, and the Fairly Odd Parents, or maybe not the Fairly Odd Parents, but that song in Dexter's Laboratory, whenever they see some romantic thing happen, that song that goes like do-na-na-na, do-na-na-na, or whatever that song is, that he would see something and he's so starstruck from what he sees, and it's just a Wobbuffet with lipstick. So then, you know, maybe Wobbuffet would do a bit too much, dip her down like Romeo and Juliet, you know, on a dance hall, and Wobbuffet, the female one, would get swept off her feet, gets bewildered and flustered by Wobbuffet, and then, I don't know, at some point, if I haven't decided, they'll kiss like right on the lips or something, or maybe that's too much for children in shorts, so I'm not really sure. But that will be that right there, you know, that's their Valentine stuff. Meowth would turn around, he sees the rest of the Rocket Gang has their couple significant other, or maybe not, it just depends if you want the Rocket Gang, the rest of them to be there. But, is this it? It is not. 163? Is that the number? 163, I don't recall what number it is. Alright, well let's go out over here. And this is probably the last egg for today, because we're 4 minutes away from ending the stream, pretty much. Yeah, so like when Meowth, he's feeling bad and all that, because he's like, man, I'm the only one that got rejected, or whatever. Maybe Purloin kind of, you know, gives him and throws him a bone, and she gives him a kiss in the cheek, and then that Meowth would have hard eyes. He's like, okay, I'll take it, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But yeah, this is 163. Defense down, special attack up, runaway ability, mild nature, somewhat stubborn. So yeah, that's it right there. And the storyline then goes back to Charizard, who's still kind of there. Pikachu kind of talks to him, you know, just in case you're wondering what Pikachu's doing or whatever. Pikachu's trying to talk to Charizard, and Pikachu said that I was just on the phone, just to give him something. Pikachu got in contact with one of the dragons in the Charcific Valley, and got the female Charizard to go visit the male Charizard, Ash's Charizard. And Charizard kind of tears up a little bit, looks at Pikachu, hugs him, and then, like, you know, them two kind of hit it off. And Pikachu kind of hands Charizard the Valentine card to give to the female Charizard, and couldn't be teary-eyed enough. So I think that would be a really good moment. I don't know, I think I established almost all of the ways different love stories could be. It could be like one waiting till this person comes back, maybe some misunderstanding whether it's making one Pokemon cry or the other Pokemon thinking that they have bad intentions or something like that with Salamence and Dragonite. You know, maybe it's love at first sight, whether it's feeling optimistic or pessimistic, because maybe Meowth is thinking, oh, for sure, Purloin's over here, I'm for sure gonna get her. Purloin for sure is a girl that's interested in me. you know, and then it just gets shuts down. Or maybe, I mean, Oshawott kind of had that too. Maybe he was super confident. He's like, man, this drawing is fucking heat, dude. This drawing is heat, and Azumo's gonna like it, and they're single. And then, you know, there's also the other storyline with there's the misunderstanding, thinking that like, oh, they're with each other, and oh, I thought they were with each other. It turns out neither was the case, and you know, none of those were established to begin with. 1334. And then there's that storyline with Baniri, still kind of too shy to ask out Pikachu. And then, like, you know, there's Axie's story where he's kind of a naive person that's like, oh, let's be friends, and then the other one wants to be more than friends. You know how that goes. And then there's the established relationship with the Lumizay and Volbeat. Maybe Pignite and Combuskins, you know, they got along, they have a lot in common, they're fighting each other, and then Pignite kind of pulls the trigger on it. You know, shit like that. You know, Krogan getting flattered that Scraggy was thinking of her. I think I covered all my bases, and then there's like platonic, non-romantic one with Crystal and Stunfisk. But yeah, in comes the last one where Baniri is brave enough to ask Pikachu to be their, you know, significant other. Maybe it'd be fine. I would like it to be Don's Baniri, but we have no semblance of having that. But we could have that for the last one, I suppose. And then Pikachu would say yes, just to close that shipping once and for all. Because as the top 10 article said, Pikachu never really shut her down. So, you know, there is that. But it'd be cool, Pikachu and Baniri canon together, except like if I do go through with this short and eventually make it myself, that yeah, it would be cool that they're together, I would say. But yeah, I'm gonna end off the stream after I finish all the body slams. But for the most part, the ending sequence is like, you know, eventually it turns to night, you know, all the Pokemon are happy, or like, you know, maybe working out their heartbreak like Oshawott and Meowth a little bit. But, you know, they're asleep, and then Cresselia shows up in the distance. I don't know if that should be the shiny or not. Hold on, let me see what the shiny looks like, actually. Shiny Cresselia. Hold on, let me try that again. It says Alia? I didn't say Shiny Cresselia. Oh, it doesn't look Valentine's enough, but it's a good shiny. Yeah, I'll stick with the regular. Whoa, what the fuck did that say? In Pokemon Go, Cresselia is a legendary Pokemon with a 1 in 20 chance of being shiny each time player encounters it. I was about to say, bro, what the fuck? 1 in 20 chance where, bro? I'm over here finding Retromons, and there's people that has a 1 in 20 chance. I ran out of moves. Well, that was fast. But yeah, Cresselia would show up, and it would imply that they got, you know, fantasies and have like their perfect day with some Pokemon, and maybe Oshawott feels better, you know, through his heartbreak, and Meowth like happy that his other Pokemon had their couples, even though Meowth usually is like, you know, a jealous Pokemon at heart, but you know what I mean. But that's the Valentine's Day one. Hopefully it works out, you know, at some point in the short, we'll have them on screen eating candy, along with like some of the Pokemon eating their cards and stuff like that. The true spirit of Valentine's Day, maybe some red heart balloons or something like that. Maybe Baniri would use a move that shows hearts all over the place, like Attract. That'd be pretty good. I think that'd be a good idea. I don't know if there's a Pokemon that does that either way, though. Like, I'm surprised there's no Cupid Pokemon, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this stream. Hopefully you like the Pikachu short that I made up. Next time, for the most part, we are gonna be covering the movie Pokemon 17. I don't know if that's Volcanion. Let me check that right quick, just to be sure if I'm not thinking of things. Let's put the Genesect movie. Genesect movie. just to double check if what's the next movie, because that's 2013. So it looks like there's quite a bit of X and Y movies, because I almost forgot about the Hoopa movie, to be honest with you. The next movie is Diancie in the Cocoon of Destruction. Okay, that's movie 17. Where Xerneas and Yveltal, I do remember watching this movie. Oh. And then the movie after that's Hoopa and the Clash of Ages. So hopefully, I'll try to look into it if there is, like, you know, 321 hours. My lord, bro. My lord. But I'll look into it, see how many X and Y movies there are, so I could kind of pace out which characters to pick. And yeah, that's gonna be it for the most part. So if you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. If you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games. Any of you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, next time we are gonna do what I already said, and more likely we're gonna go to 4,000 tomorrow, because there's a good chance we're gonna end up stopping at 1,500, but we're gonna be continuing after. So yeah, we're stopping at 1338. We'll see, and I'll skim through the video to see how much I missed, like either double count or just straight up miss, I suppose. And yeah, and be sure to at least consider donating if you're feeling generous, whether it's PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, Patreon, GoFundMe. Preferably GoFundMe, because you can see the goal. Currently, we're at $50 now, thanks to our good old friend Dallas, of course, that donated, which is absolutely great. And hopefully we get some more people on the same page, pretty much. So yeah, that's gonna be good for the most part. Either way, white tigers and dragons to you, and you've been scarred by the night. I'm out!